Good evening, Placerville. It's Tuesday, November 12th, 2013, 11/12/13, and it's my pleasure to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Placerville City Council. At this time, we'd like to invite you to please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everyone tonight. We have a packed house, standing room only, and also welcome those who are watching us at home. So we're glad you're here tonight. And next, item number 2, may we have the roll call, please, Mrs. Ito?
Certainly. Councilmember Borelli?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hagan?
Here.
Councilmember Patton?
Here.
Mayor Thomas?
Here.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Here.
All right, thank you. With that, we're on item 3, announcements and presentations to the public. There are none at this point, but I would like to acknowledge that yesterday was Veterans Day, and I would like to thank Councilmember Wilkins for representing us at the Veterans Day celebration, which I am sure we will hear about later under council report, so appreciate that. And certainly we have the upcoming parade on December 1st, and look forward to the start of the holiday season.
Is that the Christmas tree lighting too?
Oh, and the Christmas tree lighting, yes, that's right. On the day after Thanksgiving. Yes, absolutely. All right, on item 4, closed session report. City Attorney Driscoll, do we have anything to report?
No, we do not. The council did not take reportable action tonight.
Thank you. We're on item 5, adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda from the council?
No.
Move for the adoption.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Agenda is adopted. Wonderful. At this point, one of my favorite matters is always ceremonial matters. Former Mayor Acuna started this program about a year ago, where once a month or so we give off beautification awards for our residents and business owners who have done just an excellent job in fixing up their properties and having their properties an asset to our community. And we have 2 awards to give out tonight, which is always fun. So at this point, I would like to invite Kathleen Schulte to come before us if she's here in the house. Is Kathleen here? Oh, wonderful. And she is the owner of Guardian Fiduciary Services at 656 Main Street. Please come to the podium. Good evening, Kathleen.
Good
We are delighted that you're here tonight.
Well, thank you.
And I just would like to say, the reason I selected your property is it was so much fun to see you transform that rather typical bungalow on Upper Main Street into a charming, viable, exciting option for a business. And I really appreciated what you did to work in the ADA requirements into that bungalow. And I think it's just an excellent example of what can be done with our architecture to preserve and to enhance its charming qualities while making it very relevant to today's society and make it a viable business and part of our town. So we're delighted you're here, and I'd like to present to you at this point the Mayor's Beautification Award, presented to Guardian Fiduciary and Accounting Services, 656 Main Street, in recognition of your efforts contributing to the beautification of our city. So,
Thank you.
Thanks to my friends and family.
appreciate all your efforts, and we wish you much success in your business. All right. And the next owner is Mr. Lance Dolman, 2966 Clay Street. Is Mr. Dolman in the house? Oh, wonderful. Invite you to come forward. And those of you who don't know, this is a charming white house on Clay Street that has a fabulous historic garage that's fairly new to the property. And see, Mr. Dolman, it's been really fun also to watch the progress on your house. I walk our dog up and back on your up and back, can't talk tonight, back and forth in front of your house. And it was fun to see you not only remodel the house, but then start on the yard and your beautiful terrace and your rock work. And then this last year, worked with our Planning Commission and I think our Historical Advisory Committee to do just a fabulous remodel of a garage. And I encourage all of you to go to Clay Street to see what a garage can look like in Placerville. And go up Lincoln Street. And I just love the way you had the corrugated metal on the bottom side of your garage. It's those little touches that really make are really an asset to our neighborhood. And so for those reasons, that's why I selected you as an excellent example of residential remodel enhancing the beauty of our neighborhoods. And so with that, I'd like to present the Mayor's Beautification Award presented to 2966 Clay Street in recognition of your efforts contributing to the beautification of our city.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all you for showing up.
I tell you, these Mayor Beautification Awards are a really hot item, and people are just dying to come down and support them, so thank you. All right. With that, we are on item 7, public comment. This portion of this meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on tonight's agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. State law prohibits the council from acting on any items not listed on the agenda. And please, when you come forward, if you'd like to address this council, come forward. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. And please, I will recognize you and give us your name for the record. But before I open oral communications, are there any written communications, Mr. Morris?
None this time.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'd like to open public comment. If anyone wishes to address this council, please come forward and state your name for the record. Good evening, Mr. Kobus.
Good evening, Mayor Thomas, members of the board. Thank you very much. I'm here representing the Placerville Drive Business Association. I've been meaning to come here earlier, but you know, I'm usually watching Jeopardy about right now. So, but anyhow, I wanted to talk. I'm sure you guys have heard about this, the Hangtown Holiday Ice Rink. I just want to have it read into the record that we are moving forward with this just great, exciting project, us down on Placerville Drive, and also with a lot of your guys' support, your folks' support. We're going to have a holiday ice rink, you know, at the fairgrounds, starting December 14th and going through, I believe it's January 7th. So it's going to be a great event. It's been a lot of work, and I'm really excited about it, and I can't wait to see everybody. That's right, everybody there to enjoy the ice rink because it's going to be so much fun. We're planning on having theme nights. I know we have a date night, we have a 50s night, we have a faith night, and we have, you know, I'm with Kobe Pest Control, we're doing zombie apocalypse night. So it should be just a blast.
I believe there's going to be actually a New Year's Eve party, right,
I
Mike?
was going to say.
And
the
we're
New
also
Year's-
going to have a New Year's Eve party. And what we're going to do is we've decided to do the New Year's Eve party on New York time. You know, it's going to start at about 6 o'clock, and New Year's Eve will be at 9 o'clock. So everybody can go out. Chief, they can go out and get home. They can get home before the witching hour. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mike, I just have to say, on behalf of all of us, we have to give tremendous credit to the Placerville Drive Business Association. You have done a tremendous job to pull this together. It's no small task, and we all look forward to participating in that. So thank you so much.
I thank you very much, Mayor. I mean, it has been Herculean.
It has.
And it's and hopefully it will be successful year after year after year.
Well, it's a tremendous gift to our community. Thank you so much. Yeah. Is there anyone else wishing to address this council? With that, I'll close public comment. Thank you so much, Mike, for coming. All right. With that, we move on to the consent calendar, item number 8. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Does any member of the council wish to do that?
Seeing none, I'll move consent.
Second?
Okay. No, does any member of the public wish to comment on any item on the consent calendar? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is David Price. I'd like to have 8-6 pulled, please.
Okay, you can request that, David. I'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Could we ask David to make a comment as to his specific concern about that item?
Great.
Because the council does not have to pull an item because of the public request, so.
That's understood.
Okay.
I would like to have it pulled to discuss the financial money involved and a couple other issues, if that's okay. The financial part would alone, I'd like to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Sue Rodman, Placerville resident and a Measure H committee member, and I would like to give a shout out to Doug Veerkamp and his crews for an excellent job on a very difficult section of Cedar Ravine Creek to get the sewer out of the creek.
Great.
Progress. This is really good. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Sue. Appreciate that comment and all your work on Measure H. Good evening.
Good evening, Michael Drobish, Placerville. 8-1, the minutes. The item was the 11.1 contract to PMC. At the end, there was an amended motion discussing adding 2 more design workshops. So if you could just clarify if that's on top of the numerical value of the contract or if it was just part of the contract.
Okay. All right, I'll make a note of that. Thank you. Any any comments? Okay, I will close that. Mr. Morse, can we just clarify 11.1 or on the minutes without pulling it?
Yes, I'm just, give me a second to
Sure, you bet.
see exactly how that was. Is it working? Okay.
While he does that, there was a request to pull item 8.6. Does any member of the council wish to do that? Okay.
Yes, there will be an additional cost for that. So that is not included in the current cost. Pierre, help me out. We got an estimate for that, and I think we stated that at the meeting, but.
We did, and the contract has been revised so that the cost estimate now will add approximately $4,000 for 2 additional workshops.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was included in the minutes. It said prior to polling the council, Vice Mayor Hagan amended his motion to include those. So it's in the minutes.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. All right. All right, so we have a motion to approve the consent calendar. So roll call, please, Mrs. Zito.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hagan?
Aye.
Councilmember Patton?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Aye.
Great. And of course, anytime you have any questions, you can always contact staff to get questions answered on any item. All right, and with that, we are on item 9, ordinances, non-scheduled, 10, public hearings, non-scheduled, and we are at the meat of this evening's agenda. Item 11.1, a discussion action item, and that is a request to extend the expiration date of special temporary use permit 2012-02 from November 15th, 2013 to July 1st, 2014 for the Hangtown Haven Temporary Homeless Encampment located at 1688 Broadway. Mr. Rivas, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm trying to find my notes.
And I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone real close so everyone can hear you, Pierre. Sometimes a sticky mic.
This is a request by the Hangtown Haven to extend the expiration date of special temporary use permit from November 15th, 2013 to July 1st of 2014 for the existing Hangtown Haven Temporary Homeless Encampment located at 1688 Broadway. To give a little brief history, I'll start by stating that after the required temporary improvements were installed, staff issued the special temporary use permit authorizing the homeless encampment on July 30th of 2012. The expiration date of the TUP was established at that time to be October 26th of 2012. On October 23rd of 2012, the City Council directed staff to extend the TUP from October 26th of 2012 to January 23rd of 2013, and authorized staff to issue or deny extensions in increments of up to 3 months, but in no event beyond an expiration date of November 15th of 2013. The TUP was issued on October the 24th of 2012 by staff and extended the TUP expiration date to January the 23rd of 2013. Following that, 3 more extensions have been granted in 90-day increments, extending the permit to October 21st of 2013. On October 9th of 2013, staff granted the final extension of the temporary use permit, extending the expiration date to November the 15th of 2013, which was the final expiration date that was established by the City Council back on October 23rd of 2012. On October 28th of 2013, the city received a written request, and a copy is attached in your staff report as Exhibit A, from Hangtown Haven, Inc., requesting that the temporary use permit be extended from July 1st to July 1st, 2014, citing that an alternative location for the homeless encampment has not yet been identified and secured. To give a brief discussion, City Code limits the duration of a temporary use permit to 1 year. Since this permit was first issued, authorizing occupation of the encampment on July 30th of 2012, with a final termination date of November 15th of 2013, the temporary use permit would have operated for 15.5 months. The granting of further extensions of the TUP would be in violation of the current city zoning ordinance. As specified by the City Council at their meeting on October 23rd, the temporary use permit has a final expiration date of November 15th of 2013. This allows for the expiration to coincide with the seasonal start of the interfaith rotating winter shelter that's also known as the nomadic shelter. The highway commercial zone does not permit campgrounds either by right or by conditional use permit. However, per the zoning code of the highway commercial zone, 1 emergency shelter is permitted by right. An emergency shelter would be in a permanent fixed structure as opposed to tents, which are considered temporary in nature. It needs to be emphasized that the temporary encampment on this site was essentially a test to determine if such a facility could exist successfully within the city or county and provide for some of the needs of the homeless. The encampment was only intended to be temporary and act as a stopgap measure to get some of its residents through last winter. Some permanent solutions have been put in place to assist in providing services, such as the Upper Room on Broadway provides meals for the homeless. The Community Resource Center provides assistance to homeless by providing a place to secure personal items and a place to shower, wash clothing, as well as counseling to assist them with the transition out of homelessness. The faith-based community has stepped forward to provide a rotating winter shelter for the past several years and has started doing so again, which started, I believe, on November the 5th. The city has been and is currently working with the nomadic shelter for nighttime shelter throughout this winter. The city is also working in identifying a suitable location for daytime shelter through this winter as well. The city is also working with El Dorado County to seek a long-term solution in the development of a permanent emergency shelter. I'd like to take this time just to review some of the alternatives that were identified in the staff report. We have one alternative, which is to approve an extension of the TUP to expire on July 1st, 2014 as requested, and a second one to approve an extension of the TUP to expire on a date prior to that requested. We just wanted to have these options out there, but as staff feels that we would emphasize that these options are not considered viable since under city code, the length of the TUP cannot exceed 1 year and would create a de facto permanent campground, which is not permitted use in the highway commercial zone. So at this point, it is staff's recommendation that the council would make certain findings with respect to the denial of this special temporary use permit extension. One, that the TUP was considered by the City Council at their regular meeting of October 23rd of 2012 and established a final expiration date of November the 15th, 2013, based on the following findings of fact. Lack of safe pedestrian access to and from the site, no sidewalks or lighting facilities, concerns for the site to be an all-weather capable, tents are not heated nor intended for year-round use, and the site access drive and slopes and drainage would need to be permanently stabilized. The site lacks permanent water, sewer, electrical facilities that would be required of other long-term and permanent uses within the site zoning. The continued existence of an encampment at this location may also be subject to environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act to mitigate potential environmental impacts with the continued extension of an encampment and its establishment as a more permanent campground use. The temporary encampment on the site was a test to determine if such a use could exist successfully within the city and provide some of the needs to the homeless. The encampment was only intended to be temporary and act as a stopgap measure to get its residents through the last winter with a termination date set at November 15th of 2013. The city code limits the duration of a temporary use permit to no more than 1 year. The highway commercial zone does not permit campgrounds either by right or by conditional use permit as a permanent use. Staff would also advise the council that other findings the council may consider per the section of the code, uses approved under a temporary use permit shall be conducted, that they will not be detrimental or found detrimental in any way to the surrounding properties or to the community. Based on the findings of facts or testimony provided, the council may consider that the establishment of a long-term encampment is detrimental to surrounding properties as an additional finding. Staff is recommending that your council take the following actions with respect to the request to extend the temporary use permit. 1, deny the request of Hangtown Haven to extend the special use permit expiration date from November 15th, 2013 to July 1st, 2014, allowing for a continuation of a homeless encampment located at 1688 Broadway. Direct that Hangtown Haven or the property owners begin removal of all structures, materials, and personal belongings, including tents, picnic tables, portable tables, and wash basins within 60 days of the expiration date, and not permit any further overnight stay after the November 15th, 2013 date, and ensure that the property is properly secured from unauthorized occupation. 3, direct staff to monitor the removal of the encampment facility from the premises within the specified time period, ensure that no overnight occupancy of the site is occurring, and proceed with an administrative abatement proceeding should the facility not be removed within the 60-day time period. And then 4th, direct staff to work with Hangtown Haven, the Community Resource Center, and assist in facilitating continued coordination with the Interfaith Rotating Winter Shelter, known as Nomadic Shelter, assist in seeking a suitable daytime shelter location for this coming winter season, and assist in identifying funding sources for a permanent emergency shelter or other transitional housing solution to meet the needs of our homeless population. That concludes staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have at this time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rivas. At this point, we'll bring it back to the council for questions, and I'll start to my far left. Councilmember Wilkins, do you have any questions for staff?
I don't right now.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hagan.
None at this time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Borelli.
Not right now.
All right. Councilmember Patton.
I don't have any questions for Director Rivas. I would, however, like to ask the chief if he would read his report, much like Pierre Rivas just read his, so the audience has a chance to hear it.
Good evening, Chief Heller. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. It's working? Yes, no?
No,
Testing.
that's better. Yeah, you have to get pretty close to it. Thank you.
All right. First and foremost, let me begin by saying homelessness is not a crime. The homeless in crisis and in need of immediate and temporary shelter as a result of financial and/or personal tragedy generally do not break the law. Rather, they accept a temporary hand up to their feet until they can reintegrate into society. That said, there is a group of chronically homeless individuals that choose to avoid and ignore societal norms and structured services offered, yet look for a handout. Many of these individuals battle chemical dependency and mental health issues on a daily basis. As a law enforcement agency, we place our focus on these individuals choosing to habitually violate the law by aggressively panhandling, trespassing, illegally camping, engaging in arson, urinating, defecating in public, using and abusing alcohol and narcotics in public, and creating a chronic public nuisance for our community. We term these violators habitual transient offenders due to their constant violation of public nuisance laws and their status of being voluntary homeless. We predominantly respond to these individuals by connecting them with mental health resources and/or enforcement options, i.e. arrest. The Placerville Police Department began tracking contacts with habitual transient offenders based on observed and reported criminal activity in July of 2012. From July 2012 through June 2013, there were 724 contacts, averaging 60 contacts per month. From July through October of this year, there have been 458 contacts so far, averaging 115 contacts per month. This equates to a 92% increase year over year. Reading this verbatim, there's a graph to the left that shows the increasing trend, the occasional dips, likely explained by an offender being in custody for a period of time, and seasonal fluctuations. Overall, the numbers continue to trend upwards when you compare the months from 2012 to the months of 2013. This has placed an enormous amount of pressure on police and community resources. The majority of habitual transient offender contacts are occurring along Broadway Drive, 584 contacts, followed distantly by Main Street with 92 contacts, and Placerville Drive with 88 contacts. Again, these numbers only represent habitual transient offenders and not the overall homeless population. To compound this increasing demand on our resources, we are also seeing a significant increase in property crimes, burglaries, and thefts, with the majority occurring along the same corridors. Burglaries have increased by 25% this year compared to last year, and general thefts, larcenies, are up 62%. The bottom line is there is a significant increase in habitual transient offenders that are not Placerville residents. These individuals do not differentiate between legal and illegal camping, nor do they consider the public safety dangers of hillside open flames for heat and cooking. These individuals have chosen to, quote, live in the wild by night within city limits and walk the streets committing nuisance violations during the day. Again, these are not residents of Placerville that have recently become homeless in need of temporary shelter. The police department has very few contacts with local Placerville homeless in crisis. However, a review of contact data reveals a substantial number of individuals from outside our region and state migrating to our area as voluntary homeless. As your police department, we are choosing to actively engage this challenge. We need the community's support and assistance if we are going to succeed in reducing the impact of habitual transient offenders on our community. We need to maintain a balance of assisting the temporary homeless in crisis, addressing mental health issues when applicable, while at the same time not accommodating or becoming complacent in regards to the habitual transient offenders negatively affecting our community. This requires vigilance. If you own or manage a business, do not tolerate nuisance violations, call the police, and prosecute. Likewise, businesses and citizens alike need to avoid the urge to give cash or food to panhandlers. This is a temporary solution that only encourages the behavior to continue. A better recommendation would be to give to a charitable organization that assists those in need with resources and refer those seeking food and services to already existing closets, the community resource center, upper room, etc. Together, we can improve the quality of life in our community. And there are some charts here that represent the narrative.
Thank you, Chief Heller. And actually, I'd like to ask the audience, generally we don't applaud at council meetings. I'd like to ask you to refrain from that this evening, so thank you. Council Member Patton, do you have any further questions for Chief Heller?
I do not. I just appreciate the report and the data that was included in it.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions for staff. I guess my first question is for City Attorney Driscoll. As the staff report stated, a temporary use permit is limited to a year in duration. Hangtown Haven has asked for an extension of that temporary use permit. How could this council approve an extension without violating our city ordinance code tonight?
That's a good question. The code does provide that the temporary use permit can only last for a year. However, the code was written with the premise that the temporary use permit would be issued by the community, at that time, what was called the Community Development Director. It wasn't a matter which would come to council. A decision was made to bring this to the council originally, as opposed to having the Community Development Director issue it. And as a result, the argument would be that the council is also bound by the prescription of 1 year contained in that particular code section.
Okay. Thank you for that. And let's see, my next question is for Mr. Rivas. If Hangtown Haven were to remain a campground in this location, what would the process be to make it a permanent facility?
As I mentioned in my staff report, the highway commercial zone doesn't allow a campground either by a matter of right or by conditional use permit. So in order to make a campground a permanent facility, we would have to do a zoning text amendment to then amend the text to allow a campground either by right or by conditional use permit. For example, if we went forward with the text change and they were allowed to have a camp by, I would say, more than likely a conditional use permit, the applicant can then apply for the conditional use permit, and we would go that process to authorize a campground in a permanent basis.
And what is that process?
The process is essentially they would submit a formal application requesting the conditional use permit. Typically, they're first considered by the Planning Commission as the approving authority unless appealed to the City Council, and we would notify all surrounding property owners within 500 feet of the property and hold a noticed public hearing so that all property owners within the vicinity would have the ability to then submit their comments and concerns either in writing or to attend the hearing on that permit. Okay.
All right. Thank you. And let's see. My next question is back to City Attorney Driscoll. Does Hangtown Haven legally constitute an emergency shelter?
The definition of an emergency shelter is somewhat vague and ambiguous. It's contained in the Health and Safety Code. And I'll just read it to you. Emergency shelter has the same meaning as defined. Let me find the code section because I just referred it back to it. Emergency shelter means housing with minimal supportive services for homeless persons that is limited to occupancy of 6 months or less by a homeless person. No individual or household may be denied emergency shelter because of an inability to pay. So it really doesn't give you much in the way of guidelines. And in looking at this and trying to research it, I went back to the code section, which was really a product of SB 2, 65583 of the Government Code, which talks about the requirement that that the city needs to identify a zone where emergency shelters are allowed, in essence, by right. And in that section, they talk about development standards. And I think there's a lesson that we can glean from that, where they talk about emergency shelters may only be subject to those development and management standards that apply to residential or commercial development within the same zone. In other words, you cannot apply a higher standard than you would to a commercial or residential development. You have to apply the same standards. And if you look to what the city would do if there was an application for a commercial development or residential development within that zone, we would not allow tents. We would require a building pursuant to the building code with all the requirements that the building code would require of such a facility, and not a tent. So I would, my position would be that campground tents do not qualify as emergency shelters within the meaning of the code section.
Okay. And one more question about SB 2. So it does not, let me clarify, SB 2 does not allow a jurisdiction to bypass all ordinance and building codes to make a shelter feasible, but it prohibits us from making anything more onerous than our building codes allow within a particular zone. Is that correct?
That's right. And we can't make the, let's say an emergency shelter, we can't put conditions on the development of emergency shelter so that it makes it infeasible under certain circumstances. And it does allow us with some other conditions. It allows us to specify the number of beds or persons permitted to be served by the facility. It allows us to deal with off-street parking issues, the size and location of an interior and exterior, on-site waiting and intake areas, provisions for on-site management, proximity to other shelters can be limited, the length of stay can be determined, lighting and security. All of those things are also allowed as development standards that we can impose on them in addition to what we would impose on any other commercial or residential development within that same zone.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have for now. I will probably have more after public comment. So at this point, it's your turn to speak. And the action before us tonight is to respond to a request for the extension of the temporary use permit for Hangtown Haven. And there are a lot of folks that want to speak tonight, and we look forward to hearing from you. And to give everyone that chance, we will be enforcing the 3-minute rule. And if there is a group that would like to make the same point, I suggest that you can appoint a spokesperson. And if you're doing that, please identify yourself and you can let us know who you're representing. You can stand up. And in speaking for the group, we will extend that time limit to 5 minutes. When you approach the podium, we will ask that you state your name for the record so that our clerk may document and identify your remarks for the minutes. And with that, I open public comment on this item. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's good to see you back.
Hello, Art.
Members of the council and staff, a slight clarification. We were told that in responding to the report from City Manager, we had more time than just 3 minutes apiece. Am I wrong?
You can respond to that, and let's do 5 minutes to start with. Okay. Yes.
Well, we have 6 people that want to respond officially to this report.
Well, I guess what I was saying is if you have new information or other things to share, absolutely everyone's welcome to speak. But if you're going to say the same thing over and over again, it's best to have one person say that and have the group stand up. So absolutely, more people can bring new and additional insights to this issue. Absolutely.
Okay, now we have separate things. If not, I'll beat them to death. That's all right. Okay. The people that are going to speak for us are me, Ken Green, Don Vanderkar, Cindy Solomon, Becky Nylander, and Wade Askew.
Okay.
When he's finished, then we're through. Then,
Okay.
if that's all right with you, ma'am.
Look forward to hearing from you.
My name is Art Edwards. I'm the president and chairman of the board of directors of Hangtown Haven. Hangtown Haven respectfully requests that the city grant an extension of the temporary use permit listed. This request is made to allow the Haven residents to survive the winter living in their existing homes and permit us to locate and move to a more permanent facility that the county is presently evaluating. At this point, I would like all members of the audience that are supporting us in extending the use permit to raise your hand. So, thank you. First of all, we want to thank the city for its dedication in helping Hangtown Haven create and operate the most successful emergency homeless shelter in California. You helped develop a wonderful community of homeless people that has offered safety, nurtured relationships, and has provided opportunities for growth and healing. We all discovered that the Havens model worked beyond our wildest dreams. Everyone, including regional and national interests and members of this council, has agreed that it is a resounding success on all fronts. So our community asks a logical question: why close it? The second key to the Haven success is transitioning homeless people back into the community is self-respect. When you lose your job and home, you also lose your self-respect. The operating model at the Haven concentrates on giving otherwise broken men and women self-respect by making them responsible for the operation of the Haven. Each resident is responsible for him or herself as well as for other residents. When his or her self-respect returns and responsibility flourishes, the resident is ready to return to society. The Haven has moved a significant number of homeless people off the streets and out of scattered illegal campsites that have no sanitary facilities and where dangerous campfires were built. The Haven encouraged monitoring of its residents and facilitated their health and rehabilitation efforts. Through mutual care and support, homeless people were able to find new hope and opportunity to address issues of addiction, mental health, and self-worth. All involved became more self-sufficient. Marshall Hospital judges and county agencies have referred numerous people to the Haven for their own survival. The following is a story of the Haven's success. 1, the total number who have gone through the Haven in the past 15 months, 125. Total number who have graduated into jobs and or homes of their own, 37. Total number expelled because they could not obey the rules, 20. Calls to the police, 2 or 3. We wish to thank the city for helping us find a possible daytime shelter, which we're working on now, for the homeless to supplement the nomadic shelter program that was started on November 1st. The daytime shelter has not been finalized at this writing, and some concerns have surfaced about its ultimate success. Unfortunately, whether the homeless choose to use a nomadic shelter or to camp in the hills illegally, the magic of the Havens community will be lost. Our success tells us that the purpose of an emergency shelter is to help homeless obtain self-respect, responsibility, and learn the skills necessary to return to society. When their community is scattered, this will be impossible. The nomadic shelter provides a place to sleep, and the daytime shelter is a place to get out of the cold. But in neither location can the homeless person find the support and learn the skills now available at Hangtown Haven that result from living within a family. Having to transition to a nomadic shelter or to an illegal campsite in the woods will destroy the benefits developed over the past 16 months at the Haven. Recent problems with the bus makes one wonder if the nomadic shelter will survive the entire winter. It would be smart to keep Hangtown Haven open until a successful rotational shelter and daytime shelter with reliable transportation can be put in operation. So the Placerville community might ask, why shut down a successful operation and substitute an alternative that has not yet been proven to provide the necessary transportation? Another important aspect of Hangtown Haven briefly mentioned earlier is the health requirements of many members of the Havens community. There are a significant number of residents who need help from their doctor or their county. Many of the Havens volunteer staff have been trained and are qualified to help advocate for residents to get the services they need. Every day, one or more of the residents is driven to a doctor or a mental health appointment with community professionals. Many of these residents are physically or mentally unable to obtain appointments to assure their attendance. Thus, they have obtained the help they needed for survival. So what will happen to them when the Haven is closed and their support system is lost? Has the city considered this? Health Connections, a program that served people who were indigent and struggling to manage their chronic health conditions in our community, provided case management, advocacy, health evaluations, education, and transportation for 10 of the residents at Hangtown Haven during the past year. Karen Shellnut, a nurse case manager, reports that living at Hangtown Haven assisted many of the residents in addressing and stabilizing their health issues. Even though the situation is not ideal, it provided shelter and a stability that allowed them to focus on keeping their health care. Appointments, eating regularly, and having a place to store their medications without the worry of leaving their living site and return to have everything disrupted and stolen. Currently, the stress and worry of where they will pitch their tent and if they will survive the winter is so overwhelming that many are unable to focus on managing their daily medical routine. Unfortunately, the Health Connections program lost funding as of October 31st and is unable to provide services to these clients.
Thank you, Art.
I'm not done.
Okay, okay. 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 Good evening, Mr. Green.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Picture has been enclosed in this packet for your information. There are some who would identify the object in this picture as a tent, who would be wrong. The object in this picture is my home. It, with plastic covering, is completely waterproof and warmed by a safe legal heater. In it, I have stored all my belongings, everything that I have in the world. Also notice that I have decorated my home to reflect my ownership and the fact that this is my residence. After much trial and error, my home is functional, lockable, and organized and kept as clean as you would keep your home. Sorry, Art got me going.
No problem.
I organize and keep everything in bins. I have all my earthly possessions in there. What will happen to my home if I have to leave? Where will I keep my things? And shouldn't I be able to make the decision myself if I have to go to a shelter, whether it be a day shelter or a night shelter, instead of being forced to do so? The camp needs to stay. I just ask that please renew the special use permit. We've been great partners with you, and to sever that, it would just be devastating for the camp. You guys have done so much for us, and we in turn have tried to help with everything that we could, and we'd like to continue to do that. Everything that we do is out of love and from our hearts to all the homeless people. Even the ones who can't obey the rules, we still help them on the street as much as we can. And if we're not there, we're just going to be more of the problem, and we don't want to be a problem. We want to be a solution. We are a solution. One by one, we get homeless people off the street, into houses. We get them medically sound. We just want to be there for everybody. Please extend our special use permit for July 1st, 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Wendy and members of the council.
Please state your name for the record, Mr. Vanderkar.
I'm Don Vanderkar, an active and 34-year resident of Placerville. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors for Hangtown Haven, Inc. I'd like to talk next about CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, that the city manager's report says has not been addressed. We have assumed from the beginning that the city evaluated the requirements of CEQA when this first special use permit was granted to us, and even in extensions. We truly appreciate the city's assistance in granting us the special use permit without conducting a preliminary assessment or having to write a negative deck. But it is important to note that we're never asked to address CEQA, and of course we have no intention of staying at the present site indefinitely. If the city now believes that we need to address CEQA, we would be happy to work with your people to do that, and whatever else is necessary to stay at Hangtown Haven for the brief period of time. I am a retired civil and environmental engineer and have prepared and overseen the preparation of numerous CEQA documents. It appears that a negative deck may be appropriate for this site. It is interesting to note that the property on which Hangtown Haven is located is owned correctly as for an emergency shelter, as has been discussed previously, by right. However, we understand that we are not allowed to stay at the site because the zoning definition of an emergency shelter is for buildings, not tents. This seems to be a relatively small fix, and as had been discussed, the city has the authority to revise zoning requirements. The city manager's report claims that the walkway in front of the property is too narrow to be safe for the homeless to walk east to the upper room for dinner or elsewhere. Let me call your attention to a handout included in your packet that is page 26 of the City of Placerville's housing element.
I will quote only a small portion of paragraph I. The paragraph is discussing the value of a special piece of property along Broadway when it concludes, quote, most notably a site located at 1700 Broadway, the present location of Hangtown Haven, is in a highway commercial zone and is uniquely suited for emergency shelters due to the proximity of related services. It's approximate 6 acres in area and contains minimal physical or environmental constraints. In addition, there are no known environmental constraints or other conditions within the highway commercial zone that could render it unsuitable for emergency shelter use. That is the city's own evaluation of the site where Hangtown Haven now exists. If the council fails to consider the Housing Authority report, then the simplest solution would be a simple solution that would be a win-win for all concerned would be to add the word camping or tents to the allowed usage of the highway commercial zone at 1688 Broadway. As you know, Hangtown Haven has attracted nationwide attention because of its success and has become a model for other communities facing similar concerns. People who come to visit are amazed how your city government, our city government, and concerned local nonprofit organizations can join together to provide a clean, safe living area for people who have lost their homes. Representatives from the following California cities have come to visit Hangtown Haven or have contacted us: Nevada City, Vallejo, Santa Cruz, Auburn, Roseville, Sacramento, Vacaville, South Lake Tahoe, Stockton, Garberville. We've also received inquiries from San Antonio, Texas, and financial donations have come from as far away as New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Last week, a reporter and a photographer from the LA Times spent 3 days at the Haven in preparation for a large article on Hangtown Haven that will appear in their paper in a few days. The Times circulation is just under 1 million Southern Californians. They have asked us to let them know how the meeting turns out here tonight. We all hope that we can give them a positive report.
Thank you, Mr. Vandekar.
I'm back. We would like to respond to the specific recommendation portion of the manager's report as follows. A, pedestrian access to the Hangtown Haven site is not a problem, as has been shown by our 16 and a half months of operation and by the report on page 26 of the Housing Authority report that Don just read. All-weather capability of the Haven has been demonstrated by site operation through the winter of 12-13, and long-term permanent use as is not and has never been under consideration. I pause for your consideration of that. All work done on the site to prepare for its use was inspected and approved by the city's engineering department and the district fire marshal. The Haven's water supply is from an existing well on Mr. Wilkinson's property, drilled to a depth of approximately 400 feet, and is treated before use. Sewage is not required because we have portable toilets that are pumped out every week. All electrical work from an existing power supply was done by a licensed electrical contractor and inspected and approved by the city's inspector. Our staff is prepared and waiting to work with the city staff to assess CEQA requirements. The Haven, once again, has always been and is now intended to be temporary. Let me emphasize and confirm our intention that the site on Upper Broadway has always been intended to be temporary. Last May, I located and identified a piece of property on Perks Court that would be ideal for a new emergency shelter to which the residents of Hangtown Haven could transfer. I wrote a letter to the county Board of Supervisors requesting that that property be leased to Hangtown Haven for 5 years for an emergency homeless shelter. The consideration of my letter was postponed by the county until October 5th, at which time the Board of Supervisors instructed its county staff to evaluate my proposal and return with a recommendation. By early November, we have recently heard that the county staff has not completed its evaluation and requested a postponement in their presentation to the board. The board has responded by postponing the staff's presentation until January. We fully believe that we could have moved out of the location on Upper Broadway to the county's property on Perks Court long before now. Our continued need to stay at the present location on Broadway is caused by the county's inaction, not by any wish or action of Hangtown Haven. Approving the city manager's recommendation to deny our request would force over 30 people out of their haven of hope. People living in the haven now have a private, secure homes with heaters and warm blankets. They share a common area with a stove for warmth and facilities for preparing food. To mitigate the effects of closing the haven, the city offers an alternative living arrangement. City staff has gone out of their way to develop this living arrangement, and their efforts are appreciated. However, our concern is that the proposal weakens or destroys the real benefits of the haven. The city proposes that Haven
Art, if
get...
I can get you to wrap up your comments, please, so other people can speak. Sorry.
All right, Mayor. Don, you want to take...
I mean, please go ahead and finish it up, but...
But do I get to finish it, or...
To the gentleman in the back, you may speak after public comments are done. We don't take questions at this point. After, we don't take questions while another speaker is speaking. You may certainly come to the podium when he's done. Thank you. So Mr. Edwards, please go ahead and finish, but be sensitive with time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I lost my place. All right, we're considering and working with the city on the new overnight location and the daytime location. The point is, it is not ready at this point. Why don't we wait until it is all formulated and ready to go before we shut down the haven, and we could move people just directly to it? It's going to be a while before it's ready to go. Don, you want to finish up? Ready to go? There you go.
Thank you, Art.
So hopefully I can speak to some other items, and I will make it as brief as possible. At last evening's meeting of Hangtown Haven, Inc., it was approved and seconded and moved by the board members present as follows. Based upon the recommendation of the city manager's report, November 12th, City Council meeting, page 6, which reads as follows: direct staff to work with Hangtown Haven and other agencies, assist in seeking a suitable daytime shelter location for this coming winter season, and assist in identifying funding sources for permanent emergency shelter facility or other transitional housing solutions to meet the needs of the homeless people. Hangtown Haven Board of Directors finds the daytime shelter at Christ-like Services to be unsuitable at this time due to the following factors. First, transportation to and from the facility is undefined. Storage facilities are undefined. Funding is undefined. Final decision-making as to guest behavior is unacceptable. Acceptance of registered sex offenders in the facility is unacceptable. Final responsibility regarding any problems or issues is undefined, and there are concerns about the leadership assigned by Christ-like Services to the facility. Regarding the funding issue,
Mr. Vandekar, once again, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the temporary, the other shelter is not on the agenda item tonight. I know, I see your relevance, but we need to stick to the temporary use permit before us tonight and not talk about the merits of the day shelter. I mean, that's not an agendized item tonight.
I do appreciate that. The issue is there's
It's
no place
timing.
else to go.
It's timing, I understand that, yes.
I understand that, but there's no place else to go, and the facility is essentially not available. Issues like funding $4,000 a month to be there are totally unaddressed. So I will step down.
All right, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Wendy, Council. My name is Cindy Salmon. I'm on the board of Hangtown Haven Board of Directors. I've also been a volunteer at the Upper Room Dining Hall since 2002 and a nomadic shelter volunteer since 2010. I was outraged when I read the article in the Mountain Democrat from yesterday. The headline reads, Hangtown Haven Homeless Camp Success May Spell Its Doom. Reporter Wendy Schultz's article states, despite the success of Hangtown Haven, it is still scheduled for closure on November 15th, perhaps because of its very success. In the paragraph right after that conjecture is a summary of a report by our Placerville Police Chief, Scott Heller. The report says that there's been a large increase in the past year, especially on Broadway, in homeless people who commit crimes. It is unfair to link the successes of Hangtown Haven and the men and women who live there to these increases. It took me less than a minute of internet search yesterday to find the El Dorado County AB 109 Public Safety Realignment document that may better provide a reason why there are more homeless people and more crimes by them in our area. I first learned about this 2 years ago when former police chief George Nielsen briefed the nomadic shelter leaders about the public safety realignment and its potential impacts on our winter roaming shelter for the homeless. Since 2011, 147 prisoners have been early released to El Dorado County community supervision from state prisons under the public safety realignment. By July 2012, the date cited in Police Chief Heller's report, 70 of these offenders were in El Dorado County. And by September 2013, there were 147 offenders here. These early release prisoners were sent to the Placerville area in South Lake Tahoe, where the parole officers are located. Some concerns of the public safety realignment cited in the county document are public safety realignment will create a new population of clients who will be seeking services within our jails and local community. These offenders will have a high degree of collateral issues, including a high incidence of untreated substance abuse. Offenders released from jail that are homeless and transportationless are most likely to reoffend quickly. Public safety realignment will result in more felony offenders in our local communities, cities, and neighborhoods. So again, please do not unfairly connect the successes of Hangtown Haven with the crime information in Police Chief Heller's report. It is more likely that the increase in crimes by homeless people is a byproduct of the state of California's AB 109 public safety realignment. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more page and I'll sit down.
Point of honor.
Actually, pardon me. Art, you have a presentation.
They get to speak.
You were given by staff the ability to present a presentation. You come forward once. You can't keep coming up to the podium. So Art, I'm afraid you're done. And I believe you did say that Becky was going to do one more presentation,
Yes. Well,
and that will conclude the.
No. Becky and Mr. Askew.
Okay, Becky. I'm sorry. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Becky and there's two more presenters. Staff was, yes, Mr. Morris? Yes, please.
I need to remind the audience that it is not uncommon, in fact, it is practice for the applicant to be able to provide their presentation prior to it being opened up to the public for their comments. That is what we're doing, really allowing the applicant to make that presentation. And it's not uncommon for it to take more than the standard 3 minutes for that to happen. These are the applicant. Excuse me, sir. Please don't interrupt. The applicant is being allowed to make their presentation, then everyone else will be allowed to make their comments on that. Thank you.
And I do apologize. I was not informed of the procedure the applicant was going to come forward. Otherwise, I would have clarified that. So that is, I do apologize. So, good evening, Becky.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Nylander. I'm a community council. I am the community council mental health advocate. I want to take a moment to thank the City of Placerville for the opportunity given to Art Edwards and Hangtown Haven Incorporated in the Hangtown Haven Incorporated project. I would also like to shed some light on what has been the return on this investment. I call it an investment even though there has been no money exchanged, but instead, the city allowed a little strip of obscure land that is hardly noticeable unless you know it's there, to be turned into a home, our home. It has a common area where we share support, fears, frustrations, and successes. It has a kitchen where we prepare meals to share as any family would. Most importantly, it has 38 bedrooms where each member of my family can change their clothes, say their prayers, and lay their heads with dignity. The return on this investment is the creation of a family of ever-changing people who come and go. Many move on to jobs, financial security, and ultimately stable housing. Sometimes the road out of homelessness is long and difficult. The battles that must be fought often include conquering addiction, mental illness, medical challenges, or brokenness of spirit. We've seen it all, and we have seen many battles won. The next return on this investment is that these people are grateful, and that gratitude has been expressed in the over 10,000 hours of community service that has been performed by the Hangtown Haven family. The special use permit that is currently in question is so much bigger than you can imagine. It is an investment in human beings. It is an investment in those who are without question need it most, those who don't belong in homelessness, those who are desperate to leave it behind. Hangtown Haven has provided what no social service program has the time, person power, or budgeting to provide: love, support, family, encouragement, and strength. The final and perhaps most important return on this investment is that suddenly people become part of a society, contributing responsible members who joyfully pay their bills, insurance, taxes, own vehicles, and go shopping, all of the other things that so many take for granted. If you invest in one human being, then you change the world one person at a time. If you invest in a village, then you change the world one village at a time. I can hardly imagine how quickly the world would be transformed if this were the norm and not the exception. So many places are currently working on replicating what Hangtown Haven has created. People don't just disappear because you don't want them. I remember reading about a time in history when a population of people became unwanted. Trains came in the night and took them away, much to the shame of humanity. So maybe the answer isn't to shut us down, scatter us, and hope we will disappear. Most of us were born here, so why not continue to invest in changing the world? Mother Teresa of Calcutta said, "We think sometimes that poverty is only being hungry, naked, and homeless. The poverty of being unwanted, unloved, and uncared for is the greatest poverty. We must start in our own homes to remedy this kind of poverty." To the guests of Hangtown Haven, Placerville is our home. While El Dorado County is searching for a new home for this amazing program, it would be my humble request that we be allowed to continue the good works that are going on at Hangtown Haven, not pull the rug out from underneath the people who have been working so hard to get up and out of homelessness. Please, please approve our request for the extension of our special use permit until July 1st, 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. I believe there's one more presenter from Hangtown Haven, Inc.
One more.
Good evening.
Evening, Mayor Thomas and members of the council. My name is Wade Askew, and I'm a legal graduate with the Legal Services of Northern California. And I'm here just to, as briefly as possible, go over some of the legal concerns and hopefully dispel some of those legal concerns over the existence of Hangtown Haven at its current location. Now, first, the city of Placerville is under an obligation as it defines to the homeless set out in its housing element. In a 2008 survey, as included in the current housing element, 418 homeless were identified as living in El Dorado County, 15 of those in Placerville. To start, we would like to dispute those statistics and the accuracy of that quantitative data. Hangtown Haven alone serves roughly an average of 30 to 40 individuals at any given time, and the nomadic shelter has been said to average a service of about 35 individuals per night in Placerville. Now, the housing element also identifies a need for emergency shelter and transitional housing. It notes that the location at 1700 Broadway, which is the location where Hangtown Haven currently exists, it notes that that location is quote-unquote uniquely suitable for an emergency shelter. The city is under an obligation to implement an action program that will allow the city to meet the quantified objectives as to the housing needs of the homeless. Hangtown Haven accounts for much of the homeless services that do serve those quantitative needs as defined in the housing element. Hangtown Haven is even mentioned by name in the current draft element of the next housing element of Placerville, the city of Placerville. The nomadic shelter, which has been mentioned also tonight, is the only other service mentioned by name in the draft housing element. Though the nomadic shelter only exists from November until March, and there have been concerns raised as to whether or not it can hold the capacity of all the homeless residents of Placerville. Now, the city must meet the needs identified in the housing element. It must implement programs identified in the housing element, and it must make decisions consisting with the housing element, including the approval and denial of any temporary use permit. If it does not meet these obligations, it is in danger of having a defective housing element. Now, as to the city's discretion to extend the current temporary use permit, or rather grant a new temporary use permit, as I just mentioned, the city must take this decision. This decision must be made consistent with the housing element. Now, I have to say, first of all, that this Hangtown Haven is a unique entity. This is a unique question. It is without precedent in the city of Placerville. It's unclear whether or not a temporary use permit is required under law for the continued existence of Hangtown Haven at all. There's nothing that clearly prohibits a private landowner from letting people pitch some tents on his or her property. There's nothing in the law that mandates the city abate temporary functioning of Hangtown Haven through the winter. And the highway commercial zone itself allows emergency shelters by right, and nothing in the law says that a tent is not an emergency shelter, which I will touch on a little bit in a moment. But as it is, there's nothing in the law that would prevent the city of Placerville from using its discretion to grant the temporary use permit. The temporary use permit granting authority comes from the city's zoning authority. The zoning authority is a manifestation of the city's police power. Now, the overriding consideration for the exercise of police power is the health and safety of the community. The staff report written by Mr. Rivas concluded that Hangtown Haven is itself a success. It included language that Hangtown Haven provides a safe environment for those living there, and it also allows the police department to take a proactive approach against any illegal camping establishments that exist in the city. Now, as to the issue of the special use, the temporary use permit lasting for more than 1 year. As Mr. Driscoll mentioned earlier, this limit only limits the community development director in his or her extension of temporary use permits. The code does not prevent the city's power to issue a longer permit. It does not prevent the city from extending or issuing a new permit, especially one that it itself is less than 1 year in duration. And the city has the power to weigh any arbitrary limits of temporary use permit procedures with the overriding benefits to Hangtown Haven residents and the general public, which, given Hangtown Haven's successes, we would contend that in the interest of public safety, it should be extended. Now, as to the final issue of whether Hangtown Haven is a campground or an emergency shelter or something else entirely. The definition of a campground, which is the approach the city has taken in how it views Hangtown Haven, the definition of a campground has to do with vocational or vacational or recreational uses, which Hangtown Haven, I don't think anybody in this room believes fits under. Instead, Hangtown Haven actually aligns much more closely with the definition of an emergency shelter, which Mr. Driscoll read tonight. The highway commercial zone in which the Hangtown Haven currently exists allows emergency shelters by right, and the contention that a tent cannot qualify as emergency shelter, that it must be a structure, has not been supported by any actual legal authority stating one way or the other whether an emergency shelter has to be in a building with bricks and mortar or it can be a tent. The California Code only says that an emergency shelter is housing with minimal support services for homeless persons limited to occupancy for 6 months or less. Hangtown Haven operates in a way that could satisfy this definition. But in the end, the city has actually treated Hangtown Haven much more like an emergency shelter than it has a campground. In fact, in the draft housing element, Hangtown Haven is listed under a heading of emergency shelters. The draft housing element also later notes that, quote, Hangtown Haven, quote, currently operates as an emergency shelter, end quote. Now, as Mr. Driscoll mentioned, as an emergency shelter, Hangtown Haven could only be subject to the same standards as residential or commercial buildings in that same zone. And as he mentioned, that is sort of a cap, not a base, meaning those regulations could be imposed upon Hangtown Haven, but if the city chose not to, it wouldn't have to. And as of yet, there have been no development restrictions placed on Hangtown Haven. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Askew. And that concludes the presentation of Hangtown Haven. And with that, we have public comment.
My name is Joseph Nichols. I'm a homeowner on Wiltsey Road. I've been there for 4 years. And I seen Hangtown Haven open up. It was a good idea. I said back at the meeting back then that you were going to create a Tenderloin from San Francisco or Skid Row from LA. Not only has it affected that part of town, it's affected the city park. Now you've got as a direct result of this camp, you had homeless come from all over. There was no established rules on the news. It basically just said, come one, come all. They come here, they find out the set of rules is you have to prove you lived here for 6 months. So what do? They camp on the bike path. They camp in the surrounding hills. There is a road punched in behind that camp that goes all the way to Lumpson Park, which I see every day the effects of that camp, indirectly or directly. The 30 that are being helped, and you're throwing the rest of the town under the bus. I understand it's needed. We have a bad economy, there's all this and that, but you used to have a recovery place here called Gates Recovery. It's shut down. You have more than adequate tea houses for these people to follow rules, yet they can't. So they open up the Hangtown Haven. If you go up Broadway, and if you ask them, what's with all the trash going up Broadway? That's not our fault. It's a direct result of them being there. If you shop at the Dollar Tree store, that other one, you don't get panhandled, you get accosted. Women, even a lady with a concealed weapons permit I know will not shop there as a direct result. I've talked to the business owners on Broadway from Placerville, the liquor store, the new sports memorabilia. They all see this day in and day out. The little house on Wiltsey Road just went up in flames because of the homeless. This is not the prisoners being released. There's eight people back here that passed out in front of my house in the last year and have had the fire department and ambulances come get them. Yet they're here representing Hangtown Haven. And it's got so overwhelming, my neighbors are being burglarized. The police hands are tied, and thank God for the new chief of police, because there has been a significant improvement. They've been hitting it hard, and they had to, because the population tripled. Half these people don't live here, and I know the church, that's great, they want to help them, and that's cool. But they're throwing that side of the town under the bus. The only sliver of freeway access you got next to an airport, you put Hangtown Haven. Vericamp fixed Point View and wants to put a resort on the other side. What, looking on tents? That ain't going to happen. The business will boom. And not only, what about the children at Schnell School? For these 30 people, you're throwing our children under the bus. They have to walk by there to go to that school. How many homeless children go to that school? And you want me to worry about a man my age? I don't understand this. It needs to be, and it was supposed to be put down on Missouri Flat Road. Was that voted out? Right off the 50, because you want all the nuts on this side of that is a beautiful community. There used to be a Hangtown parade that went to Lumpson Park. There used to be a Christmas parade. The children would come out and play at that park. Please, can we put our children first instead of these people? This is an epidemic all over the country. This little town's too small to put up with this. It doesn't have the resources. That's it, man. I'm a taxpayer. I pay $250 for water every 2 months in this beloved city. I love it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
I'd like to jump in on this one and help you out, brother.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Robert Caruso. I am part of the Smith Flat Road Homeowners Association. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Smith Flat Road. It's probably one of the prettiest streets in Placerville. It's located directly below and across from the bike trail, the El Dorado bike trail. First, I'd like to state we have nothing against the Hangtown Haven. We believe the ideals it was founded on are admirable. We believe that people that are homeless at no fault of their own, that a community has a responsibility to help these people, get them back on their feet. As the gentleman stated from the Haven that they've had 125 people through the Haven, 37 jobs were found and 20 expelled. Let's throw out the 20 that were expelled and look at the 37 jobs. If my calculations are correct, we're looking at about a 30% success rate. Anywhere that I've had to perform, if I performed at a level of 30%, that was never considered a success. Now, when we take a look at the residents of the Hangtown Haven, the second gentleman that spoke stated, and I quote, even those who can't follow the rules, they help. The chief refers to them as habitual transient offenders. If these are the people that that resident of the Hangtown Haven is referring to, then they in fact are contributing to the crime rate in Placerville by helping those that do not wish to follow the rules. Now let's bring it down to a personal level. I live on Smith Flat Road. I've been there for 6 months. I put $80,000 into this house, rebuilding it on top of my initial investment. The use of the El Dorado Trail as an observation post for police activity and the potential for burglary by the homeless in that area is rampant. We see it every single day. It works, the El Dorado Trail, as an interstate between Jakeway, right up there in the middle of Broadway, right down to downtown. All along the trail, you'll find encampments. It's proof from empty liquor bottles, mattresses, and debris, fire pits everywhere, which brings me to my next point. Smith Flat Road is located it's in a valley. There's 2 hills on both sides. If you've been down it, it's a giant tinderbox. It's waiting to go up. These illegal encampments where they're using warming fires and cooking fires they're designed for catastrophe. I have too much money invested in my house. I'll never recoup it if it burns down because a homeless person is trying to stay warm while getting drunk on the hill in front of me. It just doesn't work. We've seen increased burglaries. There's been 3 on my street alone since I've been there. We've seen home invasion, homeless walking into houses while residents are there. We've had people bathing and, believe it or not, gold mining in the creek in front of my house, directly adjacent to my property. We have homeless rummaging through our garbage and recyclable bins at about 3 in the morning. Our dogs go crazy, wakes up the entire neighborhood. We can no longer afford, as business owners, as voters, as taxpayers, to carry this burden. We love our street. We love Placerville, and we'll do what we can to support those people who are Placerville residents. We have no tolerance for those from the outside who come for nothing more than a good time and to rob us of what we've worked for. We would ask, as a community, that you not extend the TUP for the Hangtown Haven. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is James Pate. I don't have quite as bad a tale as the people over there. But my wife tries to shop in that shopping center, which is down to 3 shops. One is the discount market, grocery outlet. One is the dollar store. And one is these poor people that are trying to maintain a nail salon. The rest of the shopping center is entirely empty. My wife goes down there and she is harassed. She has observed people urinating in public, screaming sexist remarks at her, and it is completely out of hand, and I have about had it myself personally. I've stayed away from it as much as possible. I've gone to the police department several times, complained about it. But I tried to stay away from there because I don't want to get into an altercation. and I won't put up with what they're doing. Thank you. I would ask you to do not extend this thing. Live up to the letter of the law. You've already extended it too long, too far. You've got them coming from everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paint. Good evening.
My name is Jamie Anders, and I'd like to know how many actually live where they have to drive Broadway every single day that are in, okay? How many times have you almost hit somebody? On a daily basis. Well, I can't say on a daily basis, but I've driven down where they've come out of the hill, where I had one gal who came out into the road, was wanting me to pick her up, and when I refused to, decided to come directly at my car. I called Placerville PD. The gal tried to help me and said, come to a meeting. I said, it didn't help. I came last time, and you guys approved it. I understand people fall on hard times. I understand we've let our mentally challenged as far as psychological and psychiatric issues, as far as those people down. Drugs and alcohol are a choice, okay? We all have choices. We all have our bad demons. We all make choices. I kind of resent that it says I take things for granted. I don't come from a wealthy family. I busted my butt to get to where I'm at. So no, I don't take it for granted. It's choices. And it's just frustrating because I deal with it every day. So does my husband. My son has almost hit someone. His girlfriend has almost hit someone. What's it going to take? I make sure I go the speed limit there. Not a problem. I even go under. They're always in dark clothes. They walk out in the middle of the street, pretty much like, what are you going to do about it? It's very frustrating. I run the trails, and, you know, there's people up there that I know that they're not part of the home. As far as the Hangtown Haven and how it got that name, I don't know. When we got rid of Hangtown because that was a bad juju, and we became Placerville, so now Hangtown. Kind of interesting. I was told that it was supposed to go up by, is that Perks, over by off of Missouri Flat?
Was for consideration.
And supposedly Safeway is fighting you? Is it because they have attorneys that they're winning it?
We can clarify that later after public comment.
So, I mean, it's just, I'm all for helping people that want to be helped. However, once again, it's a choice. And how long do they get to stay there? And how long, I mean, they keep, it's just super frustrating. I don't know how to get it across. I mean, you guys don't live it. Some of you do. Some of you don't. I think a majority don't. I've seen my neighborhood take a major dive. A lot of homes have been left. So what about us that are here? You're just worrying about this. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. City, you can't put it on the Placerville PD. They're a small department. We're a small city. When's enough? You know, quit opening the doors for everybody to come in.
All right. Thank you, Miss Anders. Enders. I think we hear your frustration, so thank you.
Well, they don't go anywhere.
Good evening.
Hello, my name's Kevin Broyles. We own the Stadium Club right down the street, 1,000 feet from Hangtown. And our crime has gone up about 1,000%. I don't know, it can't just be demographics or whatever, but it's, we're getting broken into, our cars are getting broken into, there's feces being left all the time, they're peeing everywhere, they're coming in using our restrooms in very bad shape, even with feces on them, which of course drives away all the customers. I mean, we're just a small little quaint bar, but it's just very hard for us to even keep going with any loss of customers. And these guys won't even let us do that because they cut our gas lines, they cut all our pipes underneath our bar, steal all the copper. They even sneak in, go underneath the trucks and steal the gasoline to start the fires that they make illegally up in the hills. So we've been really radically affected. And I'd appreciate you guys not approving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Broyles. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Joseph Denon. I'm a homeowner on Smith Flat Road and a business owner in Placerville. I have a 4-year-old daughter that lives on Smith Flat Road. We have been dealing with a tremendous amount of transient activity through the street, up on the trail. I've personally removed on 4 separate occasions people sleeping in my neighbor's yard and in my yard. I think that one of the things that needs to be communicated is that I know my neighbors are good people, and they're concerned about the homeless. They're concerned about people that are not doing well. Most of them, if not all of them, contribute time, money, and effort to various causes that are humanitarian in nature. I think that the concept of this being personalized is a bad thing here at this level. I think what we have to say is that if we're equal and fair to everyone, that means not only helping those that need help, but protecting those lives and values that are established. When I buy a home, Smith Flat Road, it's not a mansion, and it takes a lot of work to maintain it. A value decrease of 1% impacts us all. What you have here is a group of people that are working hard to maintain a lifestyle and a value which contributes directly to the economy and well-being of the city. To have this council impact that very core, basic tenet of life in a small town, your taxpayers, your homeowners, in such a heinous way is irresponsible. We would support any position that would adequately help those citizens of Placerville that need help. This has spun into something else. You have the ability to take control of this issue right now. Okay? It's not a vote against people. It's a vote for people. Do not allow this to continue. Stop this. Readjust your priorities as a council to focus on those citizens and people that are maintaining this community. Do not expose us to having to deal with this issue and become a police force. That's not why we're here. So I ask you not to extend. I ask you to support your neighbors and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denon. Good evening. Hi,
Good
Janice.
evening. I'm Mayor Wendy and the rest of the council. My name is Janice Carney. My husband and I have been volunteers at the Haven since it's opened. We've worked at the CRC. We've worked with the homeless for about 5 years now, and we're leaders and coordinators for the Winter Nomadic Shelter. One thing I'll just say right off the bat is most of the problems that I've heard mentioned at the podium are not the people that live at the Haven. Right. So I hope that's clear to everyone.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm here to talk about the winter shelter because we did open November 1st, and we've been going this many nights. It's been running quite well. Last night we had 23 people, so it is up and running, and that's good to know. What I'm here to do is to explain to you the impact on the shelters from the closing of Hangtown Haven in just 3 days. The overnight shelter program is in its 5th year, and it rotates each night between churches with about 10 churches participating. Again, it runs from November 1st to March 31st, and it's a 5-month winter shelter. The mission of the rotating winter shelter is to provide a safe, warm, and dry place for homeless men, women, and families. The overarching philosophy of the shelter is to accept anyone in need of shelter that night. I can say firsthand that it is a program that saves lives, absolutely. And it actually saves county tax dollars for less visits to the emergency room and several other county services and agencies. On an average, the churches can handle about 40 guests per night. Some can handle a few more, but we really have to say, we really can only limit it to the amount that the smallest location can handle. So about 40 a night. And my main point is that we have concerns that the closing of the Hangtown Haven will increase the numbers needing shelter and that it will overburden the resources of our winter shelter. The number of guests can vary greatly during severe weather. We see an increase when the weather, we had 72 degrees today, so we know that when the weather changes, we'll be having many more people using the shelter. Often the police, raid a camp, and then we'll see an increased number at the shelters that night. It's been very difficult to accommodate increased numbers at the shelter when it's a last-minute accommodation. The shelter expenses are covered by donations and faith-based groups and church support only. There has never been any county or city financial support. As of last night, there were 23 homeless people using the shelter. An average night during any winter can run anywhere from 35 and, increased over that, but an average was about 35. And in bad weather, we've seen an increase up to 60. On those nights where the numbers are high, it causes extraordinary stress on the whole system. We don't have adequate equipment, volunteers, transportation, and space. Winter illness, such as colds and flu and pneumonia, are a major concern as people are then forced to live and sleep in such crowded, close quarters. People who are already vulnerable will now experience increased anxiety, illness, depression, and they're very much at risk for mental and emotional difficulties. The shelter equipment, we have about 35 mats and about 54 sleeping bags. We used to have equal numbers of those. I'm not sure where that got off, but everyone needs a mat and a sleeping bag. Once our numbers are above that, we are going to run out of equipment. The mats cost $75 a piece. The sleeping bags run about $20, and there are no additional funds at this time to purchase any more equipment. As per the most recent count, we're expecting at least 20 additional people to come as soon as Friday night. We have projected that the bus transportation cost for this winter's shelter, now this is shocking, but we're basing it on last year's cost, to run the bus is $6,000 for the winter season. These expenses get divided up between the churches that are participating. This figure is based on last year's costs. The bus holds about 40 people. Any additional people above 40 using the shelter will require the bus to make several trips every morning and every evening for 5 months, greatly increasing the cost and the need for more volunteers. The shelter program is so fortunate to have amazing dedicated volunteers. There are volunteers at check-in, there are evening volunteers and overnight volunteers, and security volunteers at each of the shelter locations, as well as volunteers to drive the bus. Having increased numbers at the shelter will require recruiting more volunteers. If any of you would like to volunteer, I'd be happy to take your sign-ups tonight. In closing, we urge the City Council to extend the use permit through the winter so that the closing of the camp does not cause an additional crisis to our homeless community during these critical winter months when they are the most vulnerable. It's just the right thing to do. Also, I would like to personally invite the council individually to come and visit the shelter once this winter at least to see what we're talking about. You're welcome to come to Green Valley. I'll invite you to Green Valley any Monday or Friday night, anytime after 6 o'clock. I'll just say that to my last closing point, my husband and I and a few other volunteers had the privilege today of moving one of our camp graduates into her own apartment, and several people came together to donate things that she needed, and she was thrilled. And her comment to me today was, I would have never been able to have moved forward in my life without the help that I got from the volunteers and the residents at Hangtown Haven. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Good evening. Hi, Richard Zito, Placerville. This is tough. This is tough. I mean, my wife and I and family, we're 30 years residents of Placerville. We've lived above Lumsden Park. We've lived in the Wiltsey neighborhood, and we love our community. I mean, we love our neighborhood, or else we wouldn't have been there for 30 years. We've also seen all the good, the bad, and obviously the ugly of what can happen in a neighborhood as the personality goes up and down. The drug issues way back when we first moved in the 80s. Issues just simply with the financial side of life, the parks, and how the parks are maintained. The one thing, though, is that when I feel that our lifestyle, as hard as we worked on it, and I certainly understand that the Haven's been a success. I certainly get that, and I don't fault them for anything that they're doing if they were a success. but I can't find myself agreeing to the fact that as an attractant, that if the arms are wide open as far as bringing people in, then the bad are going to come with them. And that's where I really have an issue with that. The people in the Haven may not be the ones that are causing the issues that I see. But I can't dismiss the fact that when I'm also in the area of Broadway driving, I don't know who is the Haven. Granted, I've never been there, and that's probably a responsibility if I really want the whole thing to really be 100% in my mind's eye. But I can't hide the fact that there's other issues involved with the homeless. I mean, we've gotten to the point as far as being very stressful of living in this environment right now, of saying goodbye to Placerville after 30 years. And frankly, that really pisses me off, excuse the language. Because we've worked as hard as everyone else has to have a home and to have a sanctuary for our family. No, I'm not homeless. I have money in my wallet. I have a home to go to. I have a heater that we just spend lots of money on. But we earned it because we put the effort into doing this. So when I have, like I said, with the stressfulness of this whole thing, the city's got a responsibility for public safety. I have a responsibility of being the father of public safety, private safety for my family. If they can't walk down a street in Placerville and not have issues and just be scared of who might be in the area with them, then I have an issue with that. I don't want to be held hostage. I don't want to be a victim either. So we all have this kind of conundrum right now, what you're going to do, because your decision is not an easy one. It's emotional, but I have to understand it's emotional on both sides, the community side and the Haven side and the overall homeless side. I don't have a firm answer for this. I struggle with this thing. But frankly, you know, we reluctantly accepted the Haven. We accepted the goals and the objectives and their dreams. We also accepted their extensions. So I think if I ever had to come down to the decision as a private property owner, a citizen of Placerville, enough. Just simply, this is enough. I feel for the fact it's in winter. But I also have to say that's enough, because once the next time we're going to have this again, we say enough again, enough again. So I don't like to say envy your decision, but from a community point of view and just basically a property owner, I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zito. Good evening, James.
Good evening. I'm James Adkins. I'm on the council at Hangtown Haven. A couple things here. One thing we've obviously figured out here is there's two different types of homeless people. There are homeless people that choose to, I'm sorry about Smith Flat, that are doing what they're doing over there. And there's the homeless that are trying to be out of their homeless situation, okay? We can only help the homeless that want to be helped, and we're sorry that we can only hold up to 30 to 40 at a time right now. And I'm sorry that it attracts other homeless people. I don't know what to do about that, okay? I don't know how to fix that. We can only help who want help. Somebody mentioned choices. Right, exactly. Everybody has a choice to drink or use drugs. And if you choose that choice, you are not living in Hangtown Haven. Okay? I'm just asking you to please extend it over the winter until, you know, July 1st, maybe at least through the winter. But why should we be punished for what the rest of the homeless are doing? I understand. I don't know how to solve the homeless issue. None of us do. But it's going to be there whether Hangtown Haven is there or not. And they were there before Hangtown Haven was even thought of. So why do we have to be punished for what the rest of them are doing? So with that, I just pray you make the right decision and grant us the temporary use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Good evening, Karen.
Good evening. I'm Karen Shellnut. I'm the nurse with the Health Connections program. And Art, we just got the good news that we got extension on the program for a year.
Oh, yay, yay.
As the nurse for the Health Connections program, I have been at Hangtown Haven on either a once a week or every 2 week basis for the last, since its inception. We provide services to people who have chronic illnesses that are needing help getting connected with healthcare services, with mental health services, and with other resources.
The positive impact that Hangtown Haven has had on the health of people who are struggling to get themselves out of homelessness, struggling with mental illness, has been a critical factor in them being successful. I really appreciate both sides of the dilemma. I really hear the neighbors and their concerns. My sense is that closing Hangtown Haven is not going to help the neighborhood. Closing Hangtown Haven is going to make the problem worse. And it's going to make the people that are residents of Hangtown Haven more susceptible to illness and mental illness, and it's going to escalate the issue. So it's going to increase the work of the police department. It's going to increase the emergency room visits, the residency at our local jail. So I encourage the council to come up with some creative solution to create housing for these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Karen Tustin. I'm a 40-year resident of Placerville, former city council member, former mayor. I am not a board member of Hangtown Haven, nor am I a volunteer, but I have visited it, and I have to say I was just blown away by the success, by the neatness, the cleanliness, by what the people, residents of and I do call them residents of Hangtown Haven, have done to make this a place that's not just a place to sleep, but a real community. And I think that everybody here would agree that it has been a success. I also sympathize with all of the people who are concerned with the rise of homeless people who are committing crimes, leaving trash, and all the creating fire hazards. That's a real issue. I agree with what Karen just said, that closing Hangtown Haven is not going to help. It's going to hurt. As a resident in the airport area, I have for years been concerned about the homeless camps and the fire hazard, because if a fire started down below our house, our whole neighborhood would be gone. And so I welcomed Hangtown Haven when it was first proposed as an idea, and I welcome it even more now. Even though I am an attorney, I'm not going to speak to the legal issues, but I think you've got the flexibility to do what you really want to do with it. I think that the important thing to know is that this is still a temporary, that everybody with Hangtown Haven appears to be working on a more permanent solution. To just close the door is going to exacerbate the problems that we've heard from all the residents of Wiltsey Road and Smith Flat. So I would urge you to grant the request to keep it temporarily open for another several months. Thank you.
Thank you, former Mayor Tustin. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Herb Whitaker, and I'm the managing attorney of the Legal Services of Northern California office in Auburn. I'm a resident of Auburn. Legal Services of Northern California provides free legal assistance to low-income clients, including the residents of El Dorado County. So El Dorado County is one of our service areas. We try to assist low-income people wherever they are and whatever their needs are. I will be very brief because there's so many things have been said already, and so I just want to summarize, do the case closing and summarize a few of the critical points. To begin with now, I would like to once again address this question of the temporary use permit and whether or not it must expire after a period of 1 year. And as my colleague has already indicated, and as City Attorney Driscoll has already indicated, the law is not perfectly clear on this point. So as a matter of technical law, there's nothing that I have seen in the city's zoning ordinances on temporary use permits which would mandate that the city cannot grant an extension of the existing temporary use permit or grant a new temporary use permit. As Attorney Driscoll has indicated, the statute says that there's a limitation on the Community Resources Director, not on the City Council. It does not say that the City Council cannot grant an extension to the temporary use permit or grant a temporary use permit in excess of 1 year. And it also doesn't say that if a temporary use permit is granted with a statement of a period of excess of 1 year, it can't be extended further or a new one issued. The next thing that I would like to address is this concept of the amount of crime that's associated with homelessness. And surely there's no question that there's a problem with homelessness, and there's a problem with crime that has resulted from homelessness. But I would submit this to the City Council. As a matter of law, this City Council has the discretion to approve and extend the temporary use permit. As a matter of law, if this City Council decides not to extend the temporary use permit, it must base that decision on sound findings of fact and law. Now, what are the facts that we've heard tonight? We've heard a number of residents express a concern about homeless people and the different problems that they've caused, but we have heard no evidence that this problem is being caused by the residents of Hangtown Haven. We've heard a number of problems about increased crime, but we have heard no evidence that the increased crime is associated with Hangtown Haven. We've heard some assumptions that Hangtown Haven attracts other homeless people, ergo it must also cause additional crime, but we have not heard any facts whatsoever that would actually prove that point. So if this City Council is going to base a decision on those points, the City Council is going to need to find some evidence. Now then, the only evidence that we have seen thus far is the staff report from the City Council, which concluded that Hangtown Haven has been very successful. And to quote the report, it has also allowed the police department to take more proactive enforcement against illegal camping in other parts of the city. That's why so many people have said it will be counterproductive to close Hangtown Haven, because it's actually beneficial at reducing crime, reducing illegal campfires and fires and threats to the community. So, in summary, I would urge the City Council to grant an extension at least until we know that there is an alternative, such as a nomadic shelter or a day shelter that is operational, not just something that we're working on in the indefinite future. And I would prefer and request that the City Council extend the temporary use permit to at least get Hangtown Haven through the winter months. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Can I just make a brief comment?
Please come forward, put to the podium, and state your name for the record, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dwayne Butler, resident of Placerville. I've had the luxury of living in many communities throughout my life. More recently, I lived in the Bay Area. I lived in Red Bluff, California. I've lived in Phoenix, Arizona, Denver, Colorado, Salt Lake City, Utah, and a few other places. Being a native of California, born and raised, I've come back home. I've only been here in Placerville for, maybe 60 days. But the first thing my wife and I did is look into this homeless situation when we got here. That didn't change our mind about moving here. But what we did is get involved. We went out and got some 20 backpacks. We got sundry items and made little packages and put them in the backpacks. We got towels, we got washcloths, we got a few other jackets. We went to the thrift stores and we bought these items. And then we drove up to Hangtown, Haven. I really don't like the name Hangtown, but we took them up to the Haven because we didn't want to just drop them off and drive away. We wanted to see the people we were giving the items to. And we were surprised to meet the staff. A gentleman walked us through the camp, showed us the shelters. And believe me, being a military veteran, those tents far exceed anything I had out in the field when I was in the Army. And my point is simply this. I've been to council meetings in Red Bluff, California. I've been to them in Phoenix, Arizona. I've been to them in Pleasanton, California. This situation is not unique. Far from unique. And I'm so happy for the people who have enjoyed this community for 40 years, 30 years. I haven't had the luxury. I might get another 10 or 15. But the point is that if you are going to put someone out, you don't do it when the snow is falling. You just don't do it. And I've heard these comments that it's not the fault of the people in the community up there in the Haven. The problem would be there whether the Haven is here or not. But I do think that the Haven lightens the load, lessens the burden. And again, I am only been here 60 days or so. But the point is, everybody ought to go there and take a look at it. It only takes you 10 or 15 minutes to run up there. And I got to tell you, my wife and I shop at the Dollar Tree. We go to Save Mart Market. We go to the grocery outlet. We enjoy them all. And we have never left the grocery outlet without saying hello to somebody out there in the parking lot. And I just ask you again, you have the power. Attorneys tell you that. Other people have told you that. To give these people a break, at least until the snow quits falling. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bettler, and welcome back. Hello again, Sue.
Hello, Susan Rodman, Placerville resident for 25 years or so, and I watched this problem develop as the economy crashed. It's really a quagmire problem for the city. The special use permit puts both Placerville and Hangtown Haven between a rock and a hard place. And it may have been illegal from day one, but we have it now. And since the county has declined to be helpful, they have not come through in a timely manner for people at all. There doesn't appear to be a really good option. The economic recovery that we've all been hoping for with optimism has not quite materialized. It's been a little harder to achieve than we had hoped. We've got 30 people or so that Hangtown Haven can accept. What we have created is an elite population among the homeless of people who've managed to succeed, that can be an example for other people of if you want to follow the rules and behave yourself, you actually can make it out of here. If we close it, they'll be thrown out to fend without that support system from Hangtown Haven, and perhaps become victims to the people who are jealous of the advantage that they had. I'm not sure we've considered that. Hangtown Haven may have become a little bit of a victim of its own success, but I think it's really cruel to close the only place that these people have at the beginning of winter. If you were going to close this, it should have been done last July or next July, but not at the start of the winter season. And you might go look at the Gold Rush photos, and they demonstrate that a lot of Placerville was tents. And they were there in the winter, too.
Thank you, Ms. Rodman. Good evening.
Good evening. Mark and Gina, residents, Placerville, 7.5 years. Live on Upper Broadway. We're really at ground zero when it comes to the Hangtown Haven. Here are some facts. I'm on the phone 3
Can you
times.
bring your microphone to for you? Thank you.
Here's some facts. I'm on the phone 3 times a day with the police department because someone is drunk, passed out at the bottom of my driveway, shopping carts all over the place. The same thing over and over and over again for months that we've been coming to these meetings complaining about. Please do not extend this. You're just going to keep extending it, extending it, extending it. And here's the deal. None of us have a perfect answer for the homeless situation. We all get there's rough times, there's tough times, but I mean, people bathing in the creek on Smith Flat Road, gold panning, doing their laundry, they're up on the bike trails, they're getting high, they're doing drugs, they're drinking, they're loitering. It's a clear connection that the Hangtown Haven, just being there itself, successful or not, is attracting this bad element from all over the place. We see...
Excuse me, audience.
We see groves of people, new people all the time coming up there. And where are these people coming from? There's no way that these homeless people are true Placerville residents. There's just no way. There's just too many of them. They're all over the place. They've taken over the city. I mean, they're using the bottom of our driveway as a public toilet, defecating, urinating, the one guy masturbating. I mean, come on. My husband's walking the garbage can down to the bottom of the road on Broadway, and there's a guy masturbating. Who wants to see this? It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Would you like to submit these pictures to
You may give them to the city clerk.
It's our driveway, by the way. It's what we drive by every day. It's there now, so.
Thank you very much.
Just one more thing. I mean, this has caused us extreme stress and anxiety, losing sleep. I mean, how would you like to get up in the morning to go to your job and you don't even want to drive down to the bottom of your driveway because you don't know there's going to be broken bottles. You don't know if going to be someone's drunk, passed out. You don't know if someone's going to be masturbating. I mean, it's to the point of where you don't even want to come and go from your own household. It's very, very stressful, and please, please, please do not extend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hale.
Hi, I'm relatively new to the area. I had a stroke and I came here to recover, but I moved to Smith Flat Road. I was broken into twice.
Can you state your name, please? Sorry.
My name is Judy Ball.
Thank you, Judy.
And when I went to the police, they said to get a gun or a pit bull. And I thought, oh my God, I'm a grandmother. I have 4 little grandkids. I can't get guns and pit bulls. And then they said, well, move. So that's what I ended up doing, and I'm so sad because it's such a beautiful area. And I know the homeless people are under stress and mental, but my God, I can't even recover from a stroke because I'm living in an area where I got robbed and somebody walked into my house and I had to chase him out with a knife. I was just, I could hardly believe it. And I think everyone should have a home, especially the homeless. They've fallen on horrible times. I don't know what you're going to decide because I don't think it's their fault. I really don't. But the amount and the number of homeless people is amazing down there in that one section. It's frightening. And there's a lot of retired people up in the area where I was renting, and I have since had to move away. So it is stressful for the homeless and for the people who live there. So good luck with your decision.
Thank you, Mrs. Ball. Good evening, Frank.
Hello, good evening. City of Placerville, my name is Frank Mattis, and I'm a council member on Hangtown Haven. A few things. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. A lot of statistics have been tossed around, some good, some bad, but one thing is in common, it's not Hangtown Haven's fault. Thank you very much. I'm in charge and designed a website for Hangtown Haven, and I took it upon my responsibility of myself to add a link to reemploy the homeless. with this beautiful media coverage that we're having from Los Angeles Times, Channel 40, 3, Mountain Democrat, thank you very much, and the Sacramento Bee, we have a lot of coverage, and so I'm hoping that with this notice that people will visit our Facebook page in Hangtown Haven to reemploy the unemployed due to age discrimination, and keep Hangtown Haven open, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And the website's beautiful. Did a great job. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Amy, and I am a lifetime Somerset resident, but I moved to Placerville in July, so I've been here for a few months. I personally, it's the same thing where, yeah, this is a very hard decision to make. On one hand, you have people who need the help, who want the help, who prove they want the help, and they demonstrate that they're willing to get out. On the other hand, there's this attraction of people who feel like, oh, great, you know, they've already got something open up, so we're going to take advantage of this while we can. And based on what I'm hearing from all different sides, I feel like the solution is starting to lean towards find a new location. I don't really know if closing it's going to be good or bad. I honestly, if we close it because we have to, all the people who want to help these people, please don't get pissed off at me for saying this, but have you ever considered opening your own door? And yeah, I know it's tough, but if you trust these people enough to work with them in close quarters and give them a separate home, and you see that their home is at risk of going away, I hope that you would be open to the idea of allowing maybe an empty room in your house to be used or an office to be used temporarily until we find another location that is more suited for handling this, that will pull the attraction away from an area that's actually really easy for homeless people to just go into and do whatever the frick they want. That area over there, it's forest. It's not desolate, but it's a lot more desolate than this area. Like polar sides, they're totally different. And that's why I think people go there. I don't think Hangtown Haven is to blame, but you can't ignore the attraction that it does bring, especially when you say that you have open doors. Yeah, you're going to turn them away when they come to the door, but where do they go? They're not going to go very far. So I feel like the solution that we should be looking at, and not rather getting upset about whether or not it's going to close or whether we should keep it open, we need to move it. Obviously, it needs to be moved. We need to help the people who need the help, and if that means us taking that personal step to give them what they need, we should be willing to do that. And to say, oh, well, I can't do that. I don't have the money to support someone. Well, then keep asking for donations. Create a whole new campaign to allow people into your door without you having to take on their burden. Churches are great for that. Churches are great for all of this kind of stuff, but it has to come down to you and what you're willing to do for these people personally, rather than sticking it on you guys and the whole community and saying, well, why don't you do this? Well, I do this. Well, I'm not going to do this, so you do that. Like, it gets retarded. I hate to say it. I'm sorry for the use of that word, but it really does. So this is just my comment. This is based on what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, and I am concerned. I lived in Santa Cruz for 3 years. The homeless population there is way worse than ours. Way worse. The gang crime, the drug rates, all that. They have shelters there that are open all the time, and they're not making any difference. And I don't know if that is on the shelter, or if that is on the people running the shelter, or if it's on the government. I don't know what the failure is coming, or where it's coming from, but it is failing in that city, and it is blatantly obvious if you spend more than 6 months over there. That's all you need, and you can see it. It's bad. And I would really hate for that to happen here. And the comment on the jurisdiction lines is actually, we should seriously consider that. If they're realigned, I apologize for my shaky voice. I do get nervous in public speaking.
You're doing great.
It is true, a lot of inmates are dropped off in this county. I know both my parents actually worked for Mule Creek State Prison for a long time, and they've warned me of all the different areas to avoid because of that. And I know there's a drop-off location in Diamond Springs. So my question is, how heavily are we actually considering what the influx is and where it's coming from, we can't necessarily pinpoint it onto Hangtown Haven if we know that many of these are ex-inmates and are just being dropped off in our county. That's not the Haven's fault by any means. So to wrap it up, find a new location if you can. Whether or not it's closed down, I don't see any difference coming of that, but if it does get closed down, I just ask that the people who really care, they are okay with taking it on a personal level temporarily, just to get people by until we can find a better solution. Because this one doesn't seem, it's good and it's well intended, but it's pulling a bunch of people into the crosshairs and into the actual fire. These other people who aren't working with the Haven are the ones suffering, which isn't fair to them as just as much as it wouldn't be fair to just close it down and leave 30 people with no home. So move it. Move it, keep it going, keep your guys' momentum as best you can, but move it and get it out of the residential area. There has to be some kind of I don't know if it has to be commercial or what, but not residential. Don't put it near people's homes, okay?
Thank you.
That's just logic.
Thank you, Tiffany. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Thomas, council members. My name is Lori Marchant. I am one of the volunteers at Hangtown Haven since the inception. This is my mother, Ernestine Barnwell. She's 86 years old.
Hello.
She has come to the...
She's gorgeous.
She's a handful. She has come to the camp and gotten to know the guests, come to know them as to love them.
And you're worried for them.
These crimes that are being spoken of, I assure you, you can look into the records of the people and the guests that live there. These are not the people that are committing the crimes. But in response to the last lady who was up speaking, I'd like to share that Ernestine, while she was on vacation for a month, she asked 3 different guests that stay at Hangtown Haven to come and stay at her house, take care of her house, and
water my plants and feed my cat. They let one
so,
tree die.
And yes, we've opened our doors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all you do. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name's Jeff Hitt. I live on Wiltsey Road. Been there 2.5 years. Seen a big improvement.
Good.
Seen it going downhill again. Okay. I want to thank the new chief of police. They take our calls on Wiltsey Road. Myself, I think I've made 36 just from the homeless. And now we're getting them in our property behind our house. Okay? Me personally, I already know how you guys are voting, and it's sad. The community is crying for your help to relocate somebody, a group of people, okay? And we know what's going to happen. Some of us are considering attorneys because you're just going to keep continuing extending the crutch. And that's not going to help them, okay? All I want to say is we have kids in the neighborhood now, and it's great. The kids aren't coming out when the homeless are there, okay? And the kids are going to be the future to this community. And if you keep it going, families will move out. I personally know of 3 people that got houses and have moved because of the homeless. Now, if that's what you want, you'll have a ghost town on that end of Placerville. Nobody will visit, nobody will get off the freeway, and they'll just make a beeline straight up. So much potential up that way, and you're ignoring it. That's all I got to say. I hope I'm the last one.
Mr. Phipps, I'd like to make a comment. First of all, we don't prejudge. I've been accused by both sides now of prejudging how I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote for the homeless, and I'm going to vote against the homeless. So I just want you to make it clear that I have entered this meeting, and I believe the other council members have also, with an open eyes and an open heart
you
to try
extend-
to, I'm sorry. And I do take exception to your comment that I've already made up my mind.
Well, we did
Okay,
extend
I'm
it
just telling
once,
you.
didn't we?
No, this is a temporary use permit. It runs out in November. They have reapplied for a temporary use permit. That is a new action, a totally new action. So it is a new action by this board, and actually it doesn't have to come to the board, but that's another story. So, please, please don't make the comments that this politician
It's
has
my
already made a
observation.
decision.
It's my observation.
It's your observation. I
temporary,
want to correct
but we've
your-
already extended it, didn't we?
I want to correct your observation.
Okay,
Thank
correct
you.
it.
Okay.
Okay, but that's my feeling.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jackie Now. I think this is the most difficult decision the city has ever had to deal with. And we made a decision a year ago. We were going to try to help people. You know, we learned this in children, to help old people across the road taking groceries. We said we're going to try to help those who are trying to help themselves, and we're getting a lot of bumps along the way. We're learning a lot of lessons because we don't have a model, you know. We're making mistakes. Hopefully we can keep finding solutions. I mean, I've heard our lawyer friends that there's no evidence that Hangtown has brought all these people. Well, I disagree. When I watch the news reports and we don't specify this is for Placerville residents only, we could do a better job. We could do a much better job. And I hope that we keep working on those solutions. I look at our residents. They're getting robbed. There's burglaries. I've heard it from more than the people who are just sitting here. I have to tell you, as a trail user, I don't feel as safe as I did a couple of years ago. So we have to look at what the police is giving us for solutions. We have to figure out how can we engage Hangtown Haven into a solution for our neighbors. And I don't know exactly what that is sitting here, but I think that has to be the solution. Engaging the people who are benefiting with the people who are not benefiting, and how we can work out a solution with that. Maybe get more aggressive about the campaign, about the calls. You know, let's get the illegal people out of here. They are from all over. They're not just from the jail. I've sat down at the city park trying to get to know the residents down there and what's going on in that park. You know, I sit on the Park and Rec Commission. I've been trying to understand what's going on. I've met people from LA, San Diego, the Bay Area, Tahoe. Our homeless people along the trail, these are not Placerville residents, not all of them. We do have people coming from all over, and that's the problem we need to address. How are we going to stop that happening? How are we going to take care of what's here right now so that we can help protect the people in the Haven? Because this is the reality we're not talking about. When those people in the Haven and they go back out into the homeless, they get raped, they get their things taken. Those are the things that we're trying to protect this population from. We're trying to help them get on their feet. We've got to figure out something to work together. I don't think closing the Haven is the solution. I don't think just ignoring our neighbors who are getting robbed is a solution, but we have to come up with a more proactive solution that we as a community are going to work on to help the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Good evening, Ms. Verkamp.
Evelyn Veerkamp, Placerville. This is one evening when, in my infinite wisdom, I don't have a solution to your problem.
We wish you did.
Because everybody who has spoken, I am absolutely convinced, has spoken their reality. And everywhere we turn, there is distress. There is distress from the homeless population. There is distress from the property owners. There is distress from the community at large, not knowing what to do. And I would think that perhaps one of the people who is distressed here is Mr. Edwards, who, when he signed on as homeless coordinator volunteer 19 months ago, had in his job description that he would work with council to alleviate, to decrease homelessness. I don't see how that's in my lifetime going to happen, because we live in an economy that is structured to bring us homelessness, to bring us increased poverty. Not that it is necessarily by overt intent to do that, but the way it is structured, it will do that. It has been doing that increasingly since the 1980s. So for about 30 years, we have been seeing decreased funds to social programs, to programs that benefit ordinary Americans, and I include myself as an ordinary American, as I do every person in this room. We have seen in the 80s alone, we saw a 60% reduction to the amount of money that was channeled back by the federal government to local jurisdictions. Increasingly, money is taken away from local jurisdictions to be spent by the feds in whatever way suits their own plan. In the last 10 years or so, we've seen an incredible amount of job outsourcing. We've lost millions of jobs because of outsourcing. We've lost millions more jobs because businesses have folded. My own prediction is that we're going to be seeing worse and worse and worse times. I would like to be cheerful. I'm not. Even though I personally have not found myself in the situation that many people here and in our community have. I consider myself very lucky. So, Mr. Edwards, good luck to you. City Council, good luck to you. To the homeless population, my heart goes out. I always say, there but for the grace of God go I.
Thank you, Ms. Verkamp. Dave, Warren, it's getting a little warm in here. It's okay, sorry. Sorry. Thank you, sorry. I see fans going. Sorry. Hello.
Hi, Steve No, Placerville resident. Last year, we were at exactly the same point we were today, pretty much. I mean, we're talking about an extension. There it was just legalizing the camp. The problem I see is that at that time, I came up here and I did not want to see the people evicted from their homes prior to Thanksgiving and the holidays. I feel that it always comes up at we're at the same place, the same time, we're gonna have the same issues. And it's not fair to the community because, this is an unfortunate circumstance that we're right before the holidays again. Now, why it was a year to almost to the day that we're standing here, we should have looking ahead, we should have looked at summertime to either close the camp, move the camp, whatever we were going to do. And we're back to winter. As far as what I've heard from the Hangtown Haven board and the residents is there's no solutions for the problems that the neighbors have had. I mean, self-policing, although they do it within their camp, I'm sure. But how about policing the other people? I mean, the other transients that are there, help the cops be aware of where these camps are. There is no solutions that I've heard, and without those solutions from Hangtown, because Hangtown acts is a beacon for good and for bad. It'll draw in people, not only thinking that they've got a place to come because of bad information from the press, or the fact that there's a meal service just above the Hangtown Haven, which draws more people up there, more transients. So, I mean, those all are problems that we have not addressed. The one thing is, you packed them away in sort of a dark little area back there. That's really nice, but I would put them out on Placerville Drive. Because you know what? Guaranteed, you're not going to have a lot of transients hanging out right where a bunch of cars are coming by, and the problem will solve itself as long as there's light on them. And it's light to the good because it helps the people. And, oh, by the way, we've got people that need jobs. And they're there and saying, hey, we want some help. But it also doesn't allow people to crawl in the corners which we have up on the north end, and hide and become problems. So we really need to take a look at where we put these things. We don't want to hide the help that we're giving these people. We want to make sure that, and we don't want to allow dark corners where the criminals can hide, the criminal element. I don't want to say, that I'm not speaking to the residents. I'm talking to the other people that are out there. My wife goes along the trail quite frequently, and it does make me nervous to have her out there by herself. So to my, I will go with her whenever possible, but I have a unique job situation that doesn't always allow that to happen. So I look forward to you and to our police force to keep her safe when I can't. So that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. All right, looks like there's, one other comment?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. Kirk Smith. As I listened, one of the things that troubled me was that there was a lot of information that wasn't available. For example, a member of the board of directors for Hangtown Haven pointed out correctly about the issue of realignment. This was the political scheme to help the problem of overcrowding in prisons. And people in local law enforcement, probation offices, not only locally but throughout the state, warned of problems when you started to release people that otherwise have been in state prisons. And so there was nothing in the data that we have to distinguish those incidents of police contact with what are anybody in Hangtown Haven, or are they related to other problems, such as realignment, people who had no business being released. And when someone commented about diminished the data about 30% went on to get out of homelessness, and then say, well, in the private sector, 30% isn't much. There are a lot of presidents who've been elected with less than 50%. There are even members of city councils who've been elected with 30% of the vote. When you're talking about human lives, 30% to get people out of the homeless status is very significant. Sue Rodman, I think, pointed out about the history of this community. There were lots of tent cities during the Depression. One of my father's friends died about 10 years ago at the age of 101, lived in a tent over on Big Cut Road. His daughter pointed it out to me with some pride. It happens to a lot of us. So I guess there's nothing that I've heard that tells me that the police incident reports are connected to Hangtown Haven. I'm not sure I've heard any data that those persons are Hangtown Haven residents. It's like saying there's a study showing that 100% of all heroin addicts start off on milk. That doesn't mean that one led to the other. And so that's why I feel uncomfortable. And I wonder how many of those incidents have to do with people who have drug problems, which requires much more assistance than would be the case for the typical Hangtown Haven resident. So there might be other solutions on a temporary level, like starting to, have people run, IDs on, and even drug testing. You do that in public housing. So I'm not sure that would be inappropriate here. But it would distinguish between the so-called homeless and what are the Hangtown Haven residents. Again, I felt troubled and waited to the end because I was waiting for answers to some of the questions I just pointed out.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good evening, Mr. Payne.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I wanted also to hear the answers so that I was clear that the things that I wanted to talk about or things that I had been thinking about were covered. But I didn't hear it. I heard a lot of good information from both sides. Very strong information. It's hard to deny. But what I didn't hear was looking at equivalency, looking at the situation in Hangtown Haven, and then looking at what we'll have if it's closed. I did not really get a good feel on that. And here's what I mean. I don't think when it was first developed, Hangtown Haven thought that it would be so successful. I mean, even the people that were involved with it and putting it together. But you've created a community within a community. It's not the lawbreakers or the people who are out there who are not following the law, following the regulations of City of Placerville. We're talking about a particular community within the community that has somehow found something that you can't substitute for, meaning to break it up could cause more problems. I'll give you an analogy. It's like having a family, a large family, where the kids, due to something that was outside the family's control, are broken up. And then over a period of time, because they were broken up and not a family unit, then it's something substitute for it. But see, it can never be the equivalent. So I worry that I haven't heard tonight how the solutions that government can provide are essentially the same thing as family. It's never going to be the same. And I don't even think it can come close. So I love the fact of what they found. I love the fact that they have a council that deals with the issue of this family, Hangtown Haven. And I'm looking for a solution that is equivalent to exactly equivalent to that. Otherwise, nothing is really going to work, and the police is going to, the whole police response will be, I don't think, it's not going to be very good for our community. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. All right. Seeing no one else, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. I want to thank all of you for your really eloquent, heartfelt statements. Appreciate your participation in tonight's important discussion. All right, so with that, I will start on my left with Councilmember Wilkins.
Okay, as far as time goes, I don't think it'll ever be a good time. If we close it in the summertime, there aren't roaming shelters to go to, leaving no options. And if we close it in the wintertime, then it's cold. And listening to stories like hearing Ken Green plead, "Don't take my home," I could give myself an ulcer thinking about the individual stories and what people are going through. But my concern is for the public safety and the quality of life of all the residents and the business owners and the children.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hagan, comments?
Again, I also want to assure the residents that every day that I vote or take an action, it gives the oppression of I'm supporting one group over another. And one of the hardest jobs that I have, and I take it very seriously and have for over the last 9 years, is trying to listen to and come up with good decisions that are sound, businesslike, and simple. So I certainly try not to give priority to one group over the other. And I've told just as many homeowners about why I'm not going to fix a pothole as why we need to work on a road. So I just want you to understand that, and I believe that was the gentleman who'd been here about 6 months on Smith Flat, who represents the Homeowners Association, Mr. Denning. So a direct answer to you on that. I'm not positive about the housing element, but the housing element that was explained to us was for 1700 Broadway, and that includes the whole 6-acre parcel and the zoning for that whole 6 acres. Not the portion that's currently rented to Hangtown Haven. So when I look at the housing element, that statement was the older statement. There probably may be some new additions to the housing element that references the Hangtown Haven, but again, it is an encampment, and it's not a structure. and in no way did I vote for a shelter or look at a shelter. We looked at a tents. That's one of the problems we have in dealing with the county. And having met with the county and gone through the process with them, one of the concerns that the county has with the site that people have referred to as Pert's Court has to do with temporary shelters or temporary housing or tents. According to the fire chief in Diamond Springs, which, again, that area of Perk's Court is not in the city of Placerville. Our city limits end about where the creek, Weber Creek is. So it's on the other side, it's west of Weber Creek. That is a county piece of property, as is the shopping center where Safeway is. And my understanding is it's not the Safeway shopping center that is objecting as much as it is several other businesses in the whole area and residents in the area. They have not finished their work with the county. We have continued to work with them. We've attempted, and one of my concerns, quite honestly, is a couple of months ago we met with the county originally, and I believe it was in September, and this was after meeting with individual supervisors and spending quite a bit of time educating them about the Hangtown Haven and their process and their camp. And one of the things that came out of that is the willingness that they are willing to work with transitional housing and transitional facilities. From a safety standpoint, a health and safety standpoint, they don't feel that is a tent. A campground has a lot of regulations and a lot of other control problems, not counting the fire concerns, fire department's concerns. And that's, again, a regulation that we all deal with when we purchase a home, when we build a home, or when we live around a home. We're required to keep a couple hundred feet of clearance around our homes. We're required to do this. Those are fire issues. We can build in our backyard. We can build a fire in our backyard at the right time of the year if it's not a certain, wind hazard day, it's not summer. In the winter, we even have some restrictions. So there are restrictions that come along with every house you have, and whether it's a tent or a residence like I own. So anyway, I just wanted to bring up those clear things, that I would like to ask the city attorney a couple questions about the housing element and his feelings about the comments by Mr. Whitaker and his law firm.
I think what you're addressing are the comments regarding, well, let me ask, which comments in particular?
One by Mr. Whitaker, having to do with our housing element and how we've described Hangtown Haven, and I believe that's just the pending housing element. That's not
a draft.
It's the draft.
My understanding is
right.
Correct, Pierre? It's a draft, so obviously.
Can you move your microphone closer, John?
I'm sorry.
Thank
Could
you.
be a misstatement in the draft in terms of how it was characterized. I can tell you that Mr. Whitaker's comments about requiring a substantial factual basis for that, I believe, relate to a particular code section that says if you're going to deny an emergency shelter, that you have to have those findings of fact and an emergency base, and a substantial factual basis for that. That's where he and I may not necessarily agree in terms of what we're dealing with. It's the city's position, and I support that position, that this is not an emergency shelter. It's not an application for an emergency shelter. If it was, the application should say that. The application has never referred to this project as an emergency shelter. Rather, it's referred to it as an encampment. It's referred to that in the lease. It's referred to that in other documents that we've received from the applicant. It was never intended to be or have the permanent nature, if you will, of a emergency shelter. It's always intended to be temporary, and that's where I perhaps disagree with some of his statements. It's discretionary with the council as whether or not you're going to grant that. He made the comment that you do have the authority to go beyond the one-year term as stated in the code. He's correct. It's a gray area. I know that code was written with the intent that they only be for a one-year period, but it was also with the intent that the community development director would make that decision. Now, you're sitting in the place of the community development director because they've asked that you make that decision. Should you be bound by that 1 year? I think that was the intent of the ordinance when it was passed. Can you break that? Probably so. You do have wide discretion. So, I don't know, is that answering your questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Borelli.
Yes, well, as many people have stated, this is a really, really hard thing to have to make a decision. But I have to go back to a year ago when this came before us for another extension. And I said, and I voted for it. And I also followed my vote with, this is only for a year. And I think Mr. Edwards shook his head and said yes, and I said, you know, I said we have to start now finding a solution. I don't know whether they started right then or not. I think that we kind of got complacent in the success of the camp and our observation. I know I bragged about it over at SEDCOR and told the cities of Auburn and Colfax, and I invited them over here to see what we had done. And I kind of think it gave a false expectation that maybe this was going to continue. And that was never the intent. And it was never the intent of my saying yes to the extension. The extension was yes for 1 year, and in that year, something else was going to, a more permanent situation was going to come about. And I just think that it's unfair to our property owners up there, our business owners. I've had people call me, real estate people, that tell me they cannot sell homes once the people find out about the situation up there. I think we've developed a conglomeration of I can't think of the name. Somebody brought it up when they were telling us about, but the whole issue that we've got this little community up there now, and I totally believe too that I don't believe that it's the Hangtown Haven that's inviting the problems that we have. I believe it's just the whole issue of it. It's all surrounding that, and it's most unfortunate. You people at Hangtown Haven have just done a stellar job, and I don't want to see you quit. I keep hearing of solutions of places that we're looking at, not we, but that folks are looking, the board is looking for to keep this going and to give you a place, if for no other reason than just a daycare, someplace to go during the day, and then continue the nomadic shelters during this winter period. They keep saying we're doing this in the wintertime. Well, unfortunately, this is when it came about. It was last year, and that was the year thing comes back into play. And I also have to say that I too have been affiliated with the county. I don't want to see them badmouthed either, because they really are, I believe, sincere in wanting to do something to help. They realize that this is not just a Placerville issue. And I think that there's a lot of folks in the county are trying to help as well. Perks Court just was not apparently a good situation. They had too many, I attended the supervisor meeting where this was presented, and the opposition was just tremendous. And they could see it, that it was not going to work out. But I just think if we keep on, there's got to be another place. I quite frankly would like to see it taken out of the woods. I would like to, my wish is that we could find a large building of some sort, and maybe you know, and then modify it to have a place for the folks to stay. But I just don't think in the woods, in tents, is the thing that we need to promote. But I just want to make it very, very clear that I think you're doing a wonderful job, and I think we just need to keep on as a community, city and county, to help solve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Thank you, Mayor Thomas. I wasn't here a year ago, at least on the council, so I have never voted on this. But I was a planning commissioner for the city for 11 years, and I'm familiar with the permitting process and what a temporary use permit versus a special use permit or a conditional use permit mean, not only to the applicant, but also to the community. And the community looks, not everyone knows the general plan, and quite frankly, I don't know how many of us really do, but it is a book that guides development in our community, and it's a resource that a citizen can use somewhat to look at what's going on around them. And I like to think that they can be somewhat assured that this is how we govern ourselves. This is how the city of Placerville runs its business. And our city code has specific definitions of temporary use permits. This is a temporary use. It has been a temporary use from the very beginning. It is a temporary use because campgrounds are not allowed. It is unfortunate that this temporary use expires in November, but my understanding was that also coincided with the opening of the nomadic shelters, which have opened. Historically, churches, faith-based groups, and social organizations have come out to support the homeless or the people in need. It hasn't really been a government job until, Evelyn Veerkamp said till the 80s, I'm not sure, when government decided that it was their position to take care of this. I believe the temporary use permit should be allowed to expire. I think that the Haven and Art Edwards especially should be commended for his work in giving at least an alternative. But there are other alternatives besides the impacts that this particular encampment has had on the neighbors and the neighboring community, not only the business community, but the residents. And the temporary use permit is very specific when it says it will not be detrimental to the neighboring properties. And unfortunately, the homeless, the attributes or the organizations that we have on Upper Broadway, the Community Resource Center, the Upper Room, the Treehouse Ministries, and the Mission all attract homeless. They don't necessarily just attract the Haven. But Broadway is an incredibly dangerous street to walk on. And we have struggled for a way to provide a sidewalk to no avail. And I just think, I'm just going to go back to my original statement that a temporary use permit is just that. It is a temporary use permit. It has been established as that, and I believe that it should be, it should expire on November 15th as the original decision makers first voted.
Thank you, Councilmember Patton. I do have a question for staff before my final comments, and that's for you, City Manager Morris. I think it was in spring, we started anticipating, realizing that the Haven's temporary use permit would be up in this November. So anticipating the end of the Hangtown Haven's temporary use permit, I know it was your idea, and you collaborated with the county to help the current residents with this transition. Can you explain what steps the county has taken and was willing to take to help transition the current Haven residents as we all worked for longer-term solutions?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As we looked at this, we were concerned, as all of you are, with what's going to happen going forward when it closes. And it became, as we got closer to the date, apparent that there was a good possibility there was not going to be a new site to move to by the date of the closing. So I suggested and worked with the county to identify through Health and Human Services agencies various assistance that could be provided to the residents of Hangtown Haven and others if perhaps the need were there. We arranged and set up a day here, arranged at Town Hall, day-long interview sessions, meetings with Health and Human Services, where residents of the Hangtown Haven could come and check into different services that might be available to help them, assist them in whatever, whether it be housing or whatever. And we had a tremendous response from the county in wanting to help with that. In fact, one discipline alone, which was their drug and alcohol rehabilitation unit, had as many as 5 to 6 people that were ready to come and be here on that day. We had all disciplines, mental health, public guardian. They were trying to get somebody, I think they had arranged for somebody from Social Security, from veterans to be here. They had several different disciplines that were willing to be here and ready to be here. Unfortunately, the day before the meetings happened, we were informed that it appeared that only one person from Hangtown Haven was going to come to participate in those. I'm guessing we had as many as 15 people or more from the county that were going to be here. And based on that, we felt that it was not in the best interest and to take up their time for that day for the one person. Now that offer is still out there. Some of the concerns that I heard from the residents were that they did not feel that, they felt that they were already receiving services and that therefore they didn't feel it was worth their time, or others saying that they had jobs and could not be here, etc. We were willing to work with that and see what we could do to work around that. In fact, we had a second day scheduled 2 days later for any overflow that was necessary. But I wanted to read from mental health, one of the representatives that was going to be here, comments that he made when he was informed that we were not going to be able to hold those meetings. And this is his comment. He says, "It is disappointing to learn the event was canceled. Our eligibility worker conducted some research based on the list we received and found numerous residents either lacking or with expired insurance, food stamp eligibility, etc. This event had the potential to help some folks in dire need of services." And then he says, perhaps we can revisit the idea in a different capacity. My point is that the county is willing and able to offer those services in some other capacity, perhaps in a day shelter if we were able to get that up and going, which I believe we will be able to do in the very near future. And that those services are there. And so I wanted to emphasize that the county has been very cooperative in trying to help us. We are working with them on the issue of the day shelter and funding and many issues related to that. And they are being very cooperative in helping me in that avenue. So.
And we've heard tonight that God bless the nomadic shelter and all the churches. They're just doing an amazing job to support this very challenging issue. You have our utmost respect and gratitude for all you do. And yet we've heard tonight that, this can create an increased drain on the nomadic shelter. At Vice Mayor Hagan and I, and you as well, have been working with the county to look at ways to help support this season's nomadic shelter if it looks like the Haven needs to close. Is there anything that we can highlight from that?
Yeah, we've looked at those issues. We're aware of the concern that it may overload the shelters, and we're looking at options, and we hope, I hope by the end of this week, because that's when it's closing, to have some good answers for those options. I wish I could announce those tonight, but unfortunately I don't have that yet. But I do think that we are going to have some options that will assist with those concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. First, to opening my comments, just from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank Art, my neighbor, and Barry Wilkinson, who's the property owner that let us test this model, that when everyone says, not in my backyard, he said, you can try this in my front yard. And that's pretty incredible. And I thank him for that. I want to thank the resident council, who has just done an amazing job this year. All the volunteers, all the area churches, including Green Valley Church and the Federated Church and all the churches that participate in this, the nonprofits, including the CRC. You've all done an amazing job, and there's so much that is right about this pilot program. And I'd like to assure everyone that we are not in an adversarial situation. This issue is not us versus you, nor will it continue to be. I've been in on this since the beginning. 2.5 years ago, before Hangtown Haven even was created by Art and the amazing nonprofits, I worked with a group of local volunteers, and we brought a team of homeless people in, and we brainstormed once a month about this idea of a legal encampment. Could it work? As this challenge was increasing over cities and counties, and the money was declining in all the jurisdictions, we realized that creative solutions, had to appear to, if we were going to make any progress. And so we thought, let's test something. What do we have in our house? And we had a willing property owner, and we had a creative city council and willing city staff. And we said, let's just try something and see how it works. And so, I've been in on this issue from the beginning, although I did not create Hangtown Haven, and my hat goes off to Art and the board of Hangtown Haven and all the volunteers who have made it a reality, as well as the resident council. And it's so easy to lead with our heart on this issue. And you all have my utmost respect and affection, and I call many of you friends. And yet, as a council, we don't have the luxury of just leading with our heart. We are charged with protecting the welfare of our entire city and its inhabitants, and that includes all the inhabitants. Hangtown Haven has had so much success, and that just has resonated tonight. Tremendous progress has been made because of its successes, and I truly believe there is progress ahead of us, and I'm not going to stop working on that with those that wish to continue to look for creative solutions. And we must not approach this issue with blinders on. I think if we're going to make meaningful progress forward, we must embrace what is. And what is that what Hangtown Haven and the Resident Council has created is incredibly special. That is an absolute fact. These are extraordinary people dealing with extraordinarily difficult circumstances that have formed a family of support and encouragement in the middle of that storm. And it's worth preserving, and it's worth moving forward. And it's just, how do we do that? Also, what is that we have a challenge in our community. We cannot ignore that. And in the staff report of July 3rd, 2012, this was over a year and a half ago, staff said that we needed to try this, to quote, to determine if this type of facility can be successful in controlling and improving the homeless situation. What is that it has been successful in improving the lives of so many, and we have an incredible challenge in our community. And that's part of what is. So if we are to make meaningful progress going forward, we must be aware of both those realities. And to me, we need to work to adjust this model so it works for our entire community, not just for a part of the population that's working really hard in it. So in light of that, where do we go from here? If this council denies the request, we have work ahead of us. And Hangtown Haven has gained the attention and respect of this city and county. Do not overlook that. When I was involved in these conversations 2-3 years ago, that wasn't even an option. And the fact that in September, the Board of Supervisors voted for a change at policy level to not only help develop, but to support financially a transitional living program is huge. And that is because of what you at Hangtown Haven has created. You have changed policy level at the Board of Supervisors. That is incredible. That is part of what is. And anticipating perhaps the end of this temporary use permit, like I said, Vice Mayor Hagan and myself and city staff have been working tirelessly with the county and with volunteers from the community to move a proper solution forward. On November 5th, the Board of Supervisors had an agenda item to continue to explore options for either an alternate site for a campground or to consider other options. I was the only one at that meeting. And the board did decide, I'm happy to report that the Board of Supervisors, they are moving forward and exploring options. I know they were looking at a couple of sites just last week, and their findings are due back in the middle of January. So they are at work at that. And, you know, I'm so grateful for the continued nomadic shelter and the city and county for continuing to explore this. So we're at a crossroads, and which means we can either choose which way we want to go forward. If this council denies the request before us, I know it will be a huge disappointment, and it's not a surprise. The date has been known when we opened this. And I would encourage us all to continue to think creatively, to continue to collaborate with the city and county to explore and develop other options. We're close. And based on what we have learned in this pilot program, I truly believe that we can build on that success while minimizing the adverse effects that have been a reality in the situation. And so those are my comments. We're close to progress. We've made so much progress, and I urge us to keep going forward. So any further comments, or do I have a motion before us?
I make a motion that we deny the extension for the special temporary use permit and adopt the staff reports with all the exhibits as part of the public record, and also add the findings from the police chief's report under item 2.
Second.
It's been moved by Council Member Patton and seconded by Council Member.
Can I clarify the motion?
Yes.
By adopting the findings relating to the police report, would you be willing to indicate in that finding that continued
It's detrimental to the neighborhood.
yes, continued use permit would be detrimental to the neighboring properties?
Yes, that would be the wording would be that the finding is detrimental to the neighboring properties.
That is the amended motion. Do we have an amended second?
Yes.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded. So all those in favor of denying the request to extend the expiration date of the special temporary use permit signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. All right. Motion carries. So thank you. So, all right. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break to let everyone settle.
Oh, that was difficult.
We're going to bring the council back to finish this evening's meeting.
Well, at least Wendy's got two people behind her tonight. Usually you're the only one in the audience.
All right, it's 9:20. We'll bring the council back, and we are on item 11.2, adopt a resolution approving the revised job description and salary range for Public Works Superintendent and authorize the funding of one senior maintenance worker position. Mr. Morris, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You have my staff report on this. As you recall, this came through to you probably a little over a month ago. Similar request. I went back based on some concerns that were raised by city employees regarding this proposal, and I went back and looked at that and to see what we could do. We did work with the union, looked at some various things that we could change, and this is a revised report based on those discussions. We have not received, I have received a couple of comments from employees this time, not near what we received last time, I will state. One of their questions was, will our concerns be relayed to council? So I assured them that they would, and so I would like to do that as part of this proposal. But let me describe what we're doing here. As you know, we currently have a superintendent in place, and we have concerns about the level of expertise, not necessarily with that person, but with that defined position and being able to fulfill all the responsibilities related to that we need in that position. There have been some changes as far as reporting requirements for water and sewer spills, if you will, that are fairly significant and require some expertise and some work. And so as we looked at this, originally we were looking at creating a new position. At this time, we're not recommending creating a new position, but upgrading the existing position. Now, I need to note that the existing position is currently vacant because the person that was in that applied for an opening for a utility services technician. Thank you. We renamed that position. I was trying to remember what it was called. Applied for that position and was given that position, was clearly the #1 applicant for that, and is currently kind of filling both positions for that.
What do they do? What are the duties? I mean,
for which one?
both of them. I mean,
Okay. The superintendent position, let me talk about that one first. The superintendent position is basically responsible for operating the Public Works Division, which includes water, sewer, storm drain. They supervise everyone out there in the yard under the direction of Steve Ewell, the Community Services Director.
okay.
So they're responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Public Works Division. The Utility Services Technician was originally called the Water Services Technician and was simply responsible for operating the water system, if you will. Testing, et cetera, that was required in the water system. We changed a little bit because we put some requirements in there when we redid it for sewer responsibilities also. Not major in terms of sewer, but to help with some of the testing and stuff that's required and reporting in that area. Primarily, that position is still responsible for water. There's regular testing, as you know, that's required of our water system, making sure the pressure valves and et cetera are all working. So there's quite a bit of work that's required in that position. At one time, we had actually funded 2 positions, 2 water services technician positions. Currently, we only have 1. And it's the utility services technician, and we feel that that is adequate with additional help. So what we're recommending at this time is to upgrade the superintendent position. There's additional requirements in terms of certification that is required, both in the areas of water and sewer in that area. And we've tried to write into the job description more authority, responsibility for that position to operate and have control of the water and sewer and, well, the entire Public Works Division, which includes water, sewer, storm drain, and streets. And so with that, we hope to get someone that has those certifications and the management skills to run that division and supervise the employees in that Public Works Division.
And I also see he has responsibility of hiring and the discipline of employees plus training.
Correct.
So that's,
Yeah.
it's a big,
It's a very important position, very responsible position that.
So number of
will be-
employees?
Pardon?
Excuse me, number of employees?
Number of employees it supervises. Steve, help me out. What do we have, about 7?
9.
9?
Plus Steve?
Retired annuitants
Oh,
Right.
included.
Right.
Yeah. So we have 9 slots, if you will.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
The other part of this, in your budget that was adopted at the beginning of the year, we adopted to hire an assistant superintendent position. We reviewed that, looked at, and in fact, the last proposal that came to you looked at having that position underneath. As we reviewed that and, looked at the concerns of employees, et cetera, we decided and are recommending that instead of that we fund an existing position, which is our senior maintenance worker position, that essentially would act as the number 2 position under the superintendent. Similar duties, not completely what I may have put in an assistant superintendent, but similar duties as far as having the authority to run the division when the superintendent is sick, on vacation, et cetera. That's a big piece that we've been missing in the past, is the superintendent feeling that there is nobody that is second in command, because truly there was not. There was the superintendent, and underneath the superintendent, there's maintenance workers. There's no second in command.
so he could never be sick.
That's the way he felt. Yes, he could never be sick, could never take a vacation.
Right.
Felt he had to stay close to home if he went on vacation, in order that if he got a call. Told me about times when he was halfway driving down to Southern California and get a call and feeling like he needed to come back. So we truly felt that we needed to correct that and put a number 2 position in there. We feel that the senior maintenance worker wouldn't be able to do that probably on a long-term basis, but being able to fill in for a week for vacation with the assistance of the community services director and et cetera, we feel that this position can do that. And as we move forward and hopefully the economy continues to improve and we can do it, perhaps that position does eventually turn into an assistant superintendent position down the road. So just quickly to outline the main concern that I read in that I got from a couple of employees, there's only 2 I think that registered some concern, was that they felt that there is a number of people out of work and that there are qualified people out there that we could easily get with the current salary. And that was their main concern. I disagree with that. There are a number of people out of work, but I will tell you in the water and sewer field, with the certificates required in those areas in water and sewer, I disagree that there are a number of people just sitting out there waiting for jobs in those areas. So that's my answer to that, and with that, I would recommend that we move forward with approval of these, the upgraded position and the funding of the senior maintenance worker position. I should probably note also that with this, as opposed to what was in the budget, this shows about approximately a $13,000 savings over what it would have done, over what was proposed in the budget.
Great. Any other further questions? Yes, Vice Mayor Hagan.
My understanding is it's going to be a salaried position.
The superintendent currently, with the way it is designed, is eligible, I'm looking at Dave, is still eligible for overtime, right, Dave?
That is correct.
So it is not an exempt position.
And is there a way, I mean, that's when we start going to these salaries, I get concerned with overtime.
Right.
I know there's has been a lot of overtime in this position in the past.
Let me just state kind of an answer to that is, I agree with you, and I can look at that. The problem is that we probably have, my guess, 4 positions that currently probably fit in that same category. And we need to look at all 4 of those, perhaps making those exempt. And it's going to take some work to figure out how we can do that and make it work. So,
Okay, and I guess the other part of that is the assistant. One of the things in this salary is, I understand there's also an upgrade, and we're requiring or requesting that when we interview that they have certain levels of licensing.
yes.
Okay, and I would assume the assistant would also have those same requirements?
The senior maintenance worker position is an existing job description.
And
we did not change that, and I'm trying to remember what the certification requirement is for that, but it's what is existing there.
Okay, but so if he's going to fill in for the guy when he's gone on vacation, doesn't he have to have that certification?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay,
no.
so it's
he can work under the supervision of that superintendent, even when the superintendent isn't there, to still function those things that are necessary. So.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, at this point, I'll open public comment. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this matter? Yeah, close public comment. Bring it back to the council for action.
I would like to make a motion that we follow the recommendation by the city manager that the city council adopt a resolution approving the revised job description and salary range for the public works superintendent and authorize the funding of 1 senior maintenance worker position.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Borelli, seconded by Councilmember Patton. And do we need a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hagan?
Aye.
Councilmember Patton?
Aye.
Mayor Thomas?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilkins?
Aye.
Well, thank you, Cleve, for continuing to work with our employees' concerns and working out a good solution on that. We appreciate that. All right. With that, we're on item 12, council reports and requests for future agenda items. This time I'm going to switch it up and go to my right. Councilmember Patton, you're up.
Well,
it was for a change.
First and foremost, I wanted to just take 1 second and say happy 11/12/13 for those of you who didn't know what today was. And also to say thank you to all the veterans out there for their
You're welcome.
service, including Mr. Hagan and all the other veterans. And I certainly do appreciate living the country that I live in. And then as far as what I've done, the LAFCO meeting was really interesting, which is kind of ironic because I don't think it's a particularly interesting group to belong to, but they did a LAFCO 101, and although it took 2.5 hours, it was really informative. And so anybody, I would highly recommend that they repeat that whenever somebody new comes on, because it was a really informative introduction into what exactly is a local area formation.
It's a confusing thing, isn't it?
It's very
yeah, it's very
confusing.
confusing.
So
Yeah.
it was a good thing for me to go to.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your time on that. They do important work. Councilmember Borelli.
Well, let's see. I attended the CDAC meeting that the county has, the El Dorado County Economic Development Commission meeting, and I attended the El Dorado County Association of Realtors. They had a real estate summit breakfast meeting that was very, very interesting. They gave us a lot of statistics on the real estate activity in the county, and they had some interesting speakers. And I'm trying to. The keynote address was by Mr. Don Fott, who's president of the California Association of Realtors. They really told us a lot of interesting things and things that we need to be interested in as far as real estate and where it's going and their predictions and et cetera. And then I went to a SEDCOR meeting over in Auburn. I went to the County 2x2. I went to transit and transportation. Transit meeting first and transportation second, and then that night I went to, it was the Thursday, they call it First Thursday dinners, and it's put on by the Local Government Commission in Sacramento, and the topic for this particular evening was the future of cities, trends, challenges, and opportunities. And I thought it sounded like a really good thing that our Pierre Rivas should attend, so I invited him. So Tricia and Pierre and I went down, and it was moderated by Scott Syphex, and I don't know if you folks watch Channel 6, and he presents Studio Sacramento. Has a very interesting program every Friday night, and he was the moderator. And then the folks that were on the panel was Martin Tuttle, who's the city manager of the city of West Sacramento, and John Shirey, who is the city manager with the city of Sacramento. And I thought it was a very, very informative program. We got to ask a lot of questions, and it was a great dinner meeting. So.
You've been busy.
I have been busy.
I spent a lot of time along with Vice Mayor Hagan and Mr. Morris working on the triage of Hangtown Haven. So that took most of my week before, and I've been gone the last week. And I would like to thank Councilmember Wilkins for filling in for me at the Veterans Day celebration. Really appreciate you representing the city in that way, because when I couldn't be there. Vice Mayor Hagan.
Turn the mic on so it goes for the record. The 24th had the Mountain Democrat ribbon cutting. Mountain Democrat. It's a local paper.
That was great too.
Here in town. I think the Winter Reporter's out there. Don't miss that. I went to Iran with the city representative for with the sheriff and the chief of police. And Iran, he can explain it.
You went to Iran?
Iran was a committee. He can explain it to you later. We did vote on budget issues for the next year or two on a particular funding stream that comes from the federal. Real quick, Chief.
The RAM committee, RAND committee for it's for technology that assists the motoring public, and fingerprint readers was one of the items, et cetera. Yeah.
We're putting together some mobile fingerprint readers so that when they stop you, if you don't have a valid ID, they can call somebody over and check you right on the spot.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
So it has to do with identification. Business outreach meeting with Pierre, and we talked with the manager of the hotel, Carey House. Very good meeting. Heard the pros and cons of someone new to the city and dealing with the city on a regular basis.
They're very enterprising, aren't they?
Very good, very much so. In fact, it was just before that week, or I think this weekend, they had a mystery.
Yes, a mystery dinner.
Mystery dinner, and then asking about whether they market this spiritual ghost, etc. Still the same investment group that owns it, but they're the management, Mr. Hardy and his wife.
And I'll tell you, I was downtown that day. I went down for an early dinner. It was like 3:30 or 4. The town was packed.
Yep.
And I mean, I thought, oh my gosh, this is what we've been wishing for, you know? I mean, it was wonderful.
Yeah, we had a really good, from a standpoint of economic development, I think that's a great concept, great ideas. The 31st was the SACOG Transportation Committee meeting in Sacramento. Nothing exciting. I mean, regular stuff. EDCAR Board of Realtors, spent about 2 or 3 hours there. That was very interesting as far as the economics and the impact. And of course, they want fewer, they don't like to be told to developers to develop low-cost housing. And my thing is that it's something that needs to be inclusionary in their development, so that you're not just building all 3,000 square foot homes. You need to include some smaller ones in there, and you will get that balance that we need. Met with Cleve on the 5th. Can't remember now what it was about. ETC with Assemblyman Frank Bigelow on the 6th. You really impressed me, Cleve. I just want you to know. You convinced me, or I just lost it. One or the other, I don't know. Assemblyman Frank Bigelow on transportation issues in this, along with representatives from the Tahoe Transportation Committee and the TARPA, whatever they are up there. And so we spent about an hour and a half with Mr. Bigelow and talked about Transportation Commission projects and offered our assistance on anything in this area. Again, one of the things I realized is he covers 9 counties.
Crazy.
Bigelow. It's like, my goodness. Anyway. And then in the last Thursday on the 7th, we had the ETCTC regular meeting. So Transportation Commission locally.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wilkins.
I didn't see anybody else down here, but I took the kids down to the trick or treat.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it?
It was so
Yeah.
fun. And I got to help judge the costume contest, which was hard because there were so many good ones. The adults, the kids, everything. It was almost like, what do you do?
I think adults become children
They
on
do.
Halloween.
Well, you got,
The adult costumes were fabulous.
They were
yeah, I don't know if you
That
saw
was
the
awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I saw the pictures in the paper.
Yeah.
She was great.
I also went to the Realtor Summit, which that was really a lot of good information about. But I took from it that they were saying that we don't have enough affordable housing.
Correct.
Yeah.
I gave him an idea on how to do it.
Good. On the 7th, I had a transit meeting, and then I also stayed to observe the transportation meeting. And then I went with Patty and Pierre down to the first Thursday dinner, which was my favorite one, with the city manager of Sacramento and the city manager of West Sacramento. I've been to, I think, 4 of these. That was my 4th one, and that was definitely the most informative as far as being on the city council. And then the biggie was yesterday. It was such an honor to be. I thank you for considering me it was such an honor to be there. I'm getting choked up just thinking about it right now, but like the flyover that they had and the gun salute and I don't know how many people were there, but they had their hats on, and from World War II all the way. I just thank the veterans, and past and present, and those serving now.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilkins. That's wonderful. You represented us well. We really appreciate it. That's wonderful. All right, city manager and staff reports. Report on the housing element. No? Oh, yes, you have comment.
I
Go ahead.
apologize. I meant to say something under council member reports.
Sure.
I wanted to thank Pierre Rivas for your staff report this week.
It was excellent, yeah.
I appreciated having alternatives 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. It was a team effort. It wasn't just myself, but other staff reviewed it and gave comments. And, we knew it was going to be a very, let's just say, tenuous decision you would have to make. And I'm glad you enjoyed the staff report.
Yeah. I'd like to piggyback on it. It's one of the best staff reports we've had in a while, I think. I really appreciate that. And I'd also like to include Chief Heller's remarks. Your message that you broadcast to the community, I think we all thought was incredibly well done. And it was very, very helpful in helping frame this conversation tonight. And I really appreciate that. I know we all do. So I'd like to recognize both those. Thank you, Councilmember Patton, for bringing that up. I appreciate that. All right, City Manager Morris. Or Director of Development Services, Mr. Rivas.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll try and be brief. I want to give the council just an update on where we are on what is now Cycle 5 Housing Element Update. Just to give a little quick history. The Cycle 4 update, which is our current housing element, which is encompasses 2008 through 2013. That element was adopted by the City Council on February the 28th of 2012. The Cycle 5 update will encompass 2013 through 2008 on that, 22. The draft Cycle 5 update was submitted to the state on August the 27th or 22nd of this year, and the city received HCD's comments on the draft that were dated October the 9th. And at your last meeting, we provided the council with those comments. The housing element updates take place on currently an 8-year planning cycle. And in order to remain on the 8-year cycle, the city must adopt its housing element within 120 days from the statutory due date, which is October 31st of 2013 for jurisdictions located within the SACOG MPO, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. If we fail to adopt within this time frame, our housing element will then be required to be updated every 4 years. And we would be under that 4-year cycle for at least 2 cycles as long as we meet the required deadlines. And this deadline is February the 28th of 2014. So that's what we're shooting for. The council did receive a copy of those comments, and if you read those comments, it were basically, I distilled a total of 19 distinct comments that were provided in their letter. The majority of the comments focused on the need for additional analysis that staff is currently working on, and those were basically in regards to the housing needs, resources, and constraints, housing programs, quantified objectives, public participation, and then consistency with the general plan. But I think the primary issue that I want to call to your attention has to do with the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA numbers, that's provided by SACOG for each of its member jurisdictions within the area. And so for the housing element cycle, SACOG provided the city with its fair share of low and very low units that would be needed to meet its RHNA fair share allocation. And this number was 106 units. Although 144 units were built in the city during Cycle 4 planning time period, that's from 2008 to 2013 timeframe, none of these units were for low or very low income housing. That's probably important to note. Since the city did not rezone any of the lands within a 20 unit per acre minimum density for the 4-year cycle, that being one of the programs that the city would attempt. It didn't do that. The city is now obligated to rezone lands to accommodate 20 units per acre minimum, allowing for at least 239 units. So you're looking now at a combined RHNA requirement for the Cycle 4 and the Cycle 5 combined. The Cycle 4 update included analysis using our R3 and R4 residential zoning inventory to meet our RHNA needs. So this is the reason why staff did not pursue the rezone. That was sort of the strategy, but you know, we're now under criticism by HCD that we didn't exactly do it right. So we'll look at that for the next one. So the RHNA is 106 units for the 2008 through 13 Cycle 4. This equates to 73.6% of the total 144 units built would need for low and very low income categories. The RHNA is 133 units now for the 2013 through 2021 Cycle 5. The total number of low and very low income housing required for Placerville is now the 239 units for the 5th housing element update cycle. The state statute requiring that the city rezone lands to allow for development of 20 units per acre by right, and that the zone district R5, which we currently have in our text, but we have not applied it to any lands. In other words, our maps don't show any R5, but we do have it in our zoning text as a existing zone district to be applied, would provide for a 20 unit per acre minimum as opposed to a 20 unit per acre maximum. Meaning, so when we come back to you in the near future to rezone some lands, typically all of our residential zone districts allow for a whatever the minimum or the maximum density is that's permitted. So with a minimum, that means we wouldn't be able to entertain any development that would fall under 20 units per acre within that particular zone district. There would not be a site plan review process for entitling a project. Rather, only a building permit would be required. The city currently requires a site plan review for construction of any multifamily project. To say that the most intensive multifamily zone would allow construction by right could be problematic. The city does not have any turnkey infill properties with all available infrastructure in place, such as water, sewer, roads, etc. The statute states that the city cannot use the same sites identified in Cycle 4 housing element, but must now find additional sites. So the sites that were shown in our current housing element, we won't be able to use those, but we're going to have to find some additional ones as well. The only existing development the city built at 20 units per acre is the Cottonwood Senior Apartment Complex on Clay Street that I believe was built in the year 2000. And that was achieved by a density bonus. So staff is evaluating several sites to be recommended to be rezoned to the R5. And so with that, I'd like to go to the chart that each of you should have. And this is just a chart so everybody's sort of on board as to what our goal is as far as meeting certain target dates, so that we'll be able to have a element then that we can bring to the council and have adopted prior to the February 28th, 2014 statutory adoption deadline, so that the city can remain on the 8-year planning cycle and not default to the 4-year cycle. So if you look at the very beginning, at the very first box at October 2013, that was October 9th, the city received draft housing element findings from HCD, and then we provided those to you, and we've been giving you reports. We then moved to the December 2nd, so that's a very important date. That is staff's target date for completion of the housing element public review draft that we will prepare responding to those HCD findings. And then you see the dark line from December running all the way to February. That is the public circulation of the housing element. So that'll run from December 2nd to the date of the housing element adoption by the City Council. The next box, we have December 17th. That's a target date for the Planning Commission hearing, review, and hopefully make a recommendation to the City Council. And then, again, moving to the right, public circulation, which I mentioned is that thick line, and moving to the large, the tall box. January 28th date, that's the potential target date for City Council hearing to adopt a housing element update, and possibly a concurrent update of the land use element regarding the disadvantaged unincorporated communities. There was Senate Bill 244. It was very, very interesting. It actually is requiring now that the city will have to look at not only areas that are disadvantaged within its jurisdictional boundaries, but now communities that may be found within the city's sphere of influence, and then maybe even communities that are outside the city's sphere of influence and lie wholly within the county, which are called legacy communities. So I find that interesting because I would, one would just assume that the county's housing element would cover those communities within its jurisdiction. But maybe there's, the thought is to have some overlap to make sure they're covered by both the city and the county. I'm not sure yet, but I wanted to bring that to your attention. Moving on then, we have February 28th. That's the statutory adoption deadline of the housing element, which is calculated as being 120 days from the October 31st, 2013 housing element due date to HCD. And then at the very end, we have April 2014, which will be when the council adopts that housing element. We then submit that back to HCD for review, and we would hope that we would get certification of that housing element from HCD. And that's very important because if we don't have a certified element, then it could be problematic for seeking of different kinds of funding that usually some of the requirements for state funding is that we have a certified housing element. So with that, I'll be happy to entertain any questions you have on this brief summary of snapshot of where we are in our housing element update.
Any questions for staff? Yes, Patty.
Pierre wrote a nice, he compiled all this information that he just gave it, and I was going over to a meeting with Assemblyman Bigelow, and I handed it to him, and he handed it to his aide that's there, and what I was saying is, and maybe Pierre, you can give us an example of how many 20 units that they're requiring that we meet, and we haven't got the land for. I mean, we haven't got, to do all this zoning that they're requiring, and my question was as to whether they were going to, and maybe at SACOG, whether there's going to be some relief given to communities that can't do this. I mean, we're in this canyon, and we're pretty much built out, and how are we going to do that? I mean, how are we going to, fulfill this
It's the
wish?
same particular problem with, like Lincoln, they wanted 30 units per acre. So you're talking a minimum of 4 stories
Right, you go up.
to develop that kind of housing. And they felt that it wasn't, it was appropriate for the casino and the hotel,
Yes.
but it's not appropriate for their housing. And I see the same thing, and we fought like heck with HCD at SACOG to reduce the requirements because of the homes that weren't built because of the recession. there's been substantial reduction in housing. And they're not counting, or they don't count, the vacancy factor, in other words, because of the repossessions and vacant homes caused by short sales and so forth that are bank-owned properties, if you will. So there was a lot of that. So I guess, have you reviewed this, what I would consider difficult process when they don't give you credit for, okay, it's been, you know, we're supposed to build, what did you say, 106 before, and
Correct,
or
106.
we built 106 and none of them were.
I believe we built,
We built 144.
I know,
Okay, we were supposed to
144.
build 106, and we built none that qualified. So now you add those to it. I mean,
It's ridiculous.
there should be some kind of a credit for that. I understand the process, and I understand why HCD sets this process up, because it has to do with federal housing dollars that are available for communities for funding, in some cases, federally supported housing.
Right.
So either for low income or moderate income housing. But HCD has just been some crazy requirements, and it's very difficult for sitting here to say, oh yeah, we'll find a level spot where we can put 20 units an acre on. Well, there aren't any level spots where you can put 20 units per acre on, unless you
think
take
this-
Rayleigh's Shopping Center
You
parking lot.
You think this place was crowded tonight if we were to do, you know, oh my
Well,
God.
I mean, if the reality is that the Cottonwood apartments do qualify, probably the Tunnel Street are close, but that's 20 years ago.
Exactly.
But today, under the current economics, there are no loans available for developers to develop that kind of project.
Well, I'll finish what I gave it to him. I got kind of a form letter back I'm not happy about. So I'm gonna
Talk to somebody
I'm
you
going
know.
to
You
talk
go,
to
Patty.
somebody else.
You go.
Anyway,
But from a
right.
SACOG standpoint, clarification is that HCD sends those numbers to SACOG. We just divide it up for the region and try, and believe me, those 26 cities that sit around there are all going, not in my community, not in my yard. And again, that's
well,
one
that's
of the
what
things
I
I
was
talk
Work harder
wondering
on
is
it, Carl.
if that's what I was wondering, if you guys had made any
Oh.
plans to address this, to fight it, or
We've reduced it. I mean, we reduced it by probably 15% over what the initial numbers they gave us. Are we working with Mr. Chu?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
All right.
He's at
Yeah, Greg
SACOG.
Chu from
Do you
SACOG
happen
is
to know what
very
the
helpful.
county's numbers are? Just out of curiosity. If we
Ours
have
are,
to
what
do
is ours, 133?
239?
No, it's 133 for this
No,
one.
Ours is
And I think
239, it's 133 plus
I
106.
think theirs were closer to 1,000. 800 to 1,000.
yeah,
And the difference in square miles is?
Yeah, it seems disproportional, doesn't it?
No,
Yeah.
but you have to look at the
Yeah.
density of the
Population
areas.
centers, yeah.
Where the
And the
urban
areas that are
areas are.
zoned for. I
Well,
mean,
they've
you're not going to
also
put 20
got-
units
there's
per
going to
acre
be
out in
some-
Somerset.
It's getting late, guys. It's 10 o'clock.
All right.
Sorry.
So, Madam
All right,
Mayor, if
anything
I
else?
may just address
What's that?
briefly, so if I may just address some of the questions that
Sure.
some of the council members had. One thing I do want to point out is I used the information sheet that staff provided to Councilmember Borelli in putting this summary together. So I just want to point out that in your copy, I think we stated that the Cottonwood Senior Apartments were at 12 units per acre. They're actually 20 units per acre.
Oh, that's good.
So at least that's one clear example what a 20
looks
unit
like.
per acre product would look like built on the land. It's, you know, it's a 3-story building with the parking, but I probably had reduced parking due to the fact that they're seniors as opposed to if it was just
Yeah.
low income families.
Okay.
This is the difficulty that staff has, and in the cycle 4, staff attempted to make the argument that it's R3 and R4 were sufficient to meet the fair share of providing housing for low and very low income. And we did have the cycle 4 housing element update certified by HCD, but I think they're a little bit tighter now in their review. I think that's the success of the lobby that is lobbying HCD and the state legislature as far as Every year, there are new regulations that make the housing element more and more difficult to, comply with the statutes. But I think the difficulty that we have is the statute does not require the city to actually build or provide low or very low income housing. You don't have to provide it. You just have to show that we could accommodate it, that our zoning is not exclusionary, that there is sufficient lands zoned with infrastructure available, that if somebody wanted to come in and build at some density that could provide for, units that would be available, rents or otherwise, for low and moderate income. And so, two ways of doing that. We can either somehow demonstrate through a very involved analysis of land values, construction costs, and the like, to be able to show that at some lesser density, the units could be built, and they could then have rents based on the construction costs and everything else, suitable for low and very low income. We can't do that. The very old, a lot of our affordable housing is 20 years. It's been 20 years now, 15, 20 years. So there's been too much time. We don't have the data to go that route, to do that kind of an analysis. So the next step is what we would call a default zoning. And so our default zoning is that we provide for a zone district where you would be able to build 20-acre minimum on a piece on property that's suitable for that level of development. And so that's what we will attempt to do, is provide lands then that can do that. So that's where we're at.
Good luck with that. That's going to be challenging. We look forward to it coming back to us for further discussions. Appreciate your efforts on this important.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Important item. Mr. Morris, do you have any further reports?
Just one quick item, and I know it's late, so I'll just mention it quickly and we can bring it back later. But I would like to request that the council look at doing a workshop probably in January related to capital improvements and revenue needs. I've spoken briefly to you about this, about our road needs, which is really not a capital thing, but road maintenance needs. We also have severe concerns with what's going to happen to Old City Hall, as you know.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with that? How are we going to be able to restore it, or what are we going to do with it? The police department building, we've had significant discussion about that. And I think we should also be looking at this current building that we're in, as far as perhaps remodel, update.
The sign looks great. Then we have a fabulous new sign, which is awesome. I
So
didn't even
anyway,
see it. Oh, it's
I'd
beautiful.
like to just throw that out as a potential for having a workshop related to that.
Oh, I think
Very
that's a great
informal, to talk about that and potential revenue sources, how we could fund some of these, do we want to look at these, and et cetera.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Would you, excuse me, do you see that with just, who would be present there? Like, would it be planning commission or?
I'm just looking at
anybody?
city council,
Council and staff?
yes.
And then will we do a goal-setting workshop in 2014?
We
With
can
the-
if you would like to. We didn't do one last year, but if you'd like to implement that again, we did the year before.
And that might make sense after this workshop on revenue enhancing, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. All right, well, thank you so much. All right, next regular scheduled council meeting will be held on November 26th, 5 p.m. closed session, 6 p.m. regular session, and the item at hand will be the Marshall Hospital rezone. So with that, good night, Placerville.